The motion is seconded by Honorable Anifa, Honorable Brenda, Solomon, Sinsereko, Kinyamatama, Musazi, by everybody in the House. This is the most popular motion. Honorable Sarah, would you, Rita is one of the seconders. Would you love to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the information available is that poverty is one of the key reasons while most of the girls have been dropping out of school. Social protection is required, targeting the poor families, especially girls, if we are to keep them in school. Despite the various legislations, ladies and gentlemen, honorable colleagues, like the Children's Act, as amended 2016, the Domestic Violence Act, the Education Act, we still see child marriages. We still see a number of our girls not going to school. The completion rate of the girls at primary 7, according to the report available, is at 53%. Right Honorable Speaker, we also have that despite the free education that the government of Uganda established, statistics show that 13% of girls have never attended school. And Right Honorable Speaker, we still have patriarchal cultural traditions that uphold the interests and needs of the men above those of the girls and the women in this country. We have also seen, Right Honorable Speaker, that the COVID-19 lockdown resulted into various challenges for the girl child, and the FAWE report, Right Honorable Speaker, that I'll be laying shortly, shows just in 5 districts that we have over 68,000 children getting pregnant. Kampala had the highest of these 5 districts with 24,000, and this is just 3 months from March to June 2020. So we don't know what the statistics are now. Kampala had the highest with 24,000, 59 girls getting pregnant just between March and June. We had Wakiso with 21,595, Mukono with 8,639, Kamuli with 7,847, Kasese with 6,957. So, Right Honorable Speaker, these girls, some of them know who made them pregnant, but about 2.8% of these girls were just raped, which is very unfortunate. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we also heard from this report that close to 3% of these girls who were pregnant were impregnated by people close to them, relatives, their fathers, their brothers, their uncles. And this, Right Honorable Speaker, is incest, which is against our laws. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to say as we debate this motion that we have had cases of women, girls, also coming here to accuse male colleagues of negligence, failing to provide for these babies and the women. I want to appeal to colleagues, my brothers here, let us lead by example. You cannot produce a child and fail to provide for the child. If you have doubt about the paternity of this child, please go and undertake a DNA, and if it is 99.9%, please take responsibility. We don't want to start listing you here. So, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I want to end by saying that from the pandemic, it is clear that keeping girls in school will definitely reduce the child marriages and the teenage pregnancies. And this is why there is a call that government considers reopening schools immediately. And from the map that has been circulating, Right Honorable Speaker, it is only Uganda where the schools are completely closed. Other countries have opened up. We need to learn to live with COVID, but also most importantly, the girl child, despite the existing legislations, are still disadvantaged. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Sarah. But at least one thing I can say that your brothers here have not gone for the young girls. All that we are urging your brothers here is to take responsibility of those who are not taking responsibility. But it's not for everybody. The few, but they are not young ones. Thank you so much, Honorable Sarah. Can we have first seconder, Rita?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to address challenges facing the girl child in the era of the digital communication. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise in a way to say that whereas you use the word teenage pregnancy, most people try to get comfortable with it. But I would want to say, all the girls we are speaking about that have become pregnant, most of them have been defiled. So that means that in the situation they are in, there are criminals behind it. But very few of those have been apprehended. The issue of teenage pregnancies, if not well addressed, will drive us back almost 10 decades in terms of gender equality. That most of these girls, when they get pregnant, they fall into a cycle not only of poverty, but of ill health. Right Honorable Speaker, 1 out of 4 children, or 1 out of 4 teenage girls, that is 25%, as by the UNICEF report, have given birth. You can imagine when you see them moving and 1 out of 4, and those are our children, that we need to come forward as a government, as Parliament, to be able to reach out to. And what happens? The cycle of the pregnancy gets intertwined with the cycle of poverty. And most of those in the cycle of poverty are women. And very shortly, all these girls are going to graduate into womanhood. So what kind of Uganda shall we envisage in that level of poverty? What happens to these girls? We have poor maternal health. We will have stigma. You know it very well, that the first thing that happens to a girl child when she gets pregnant is getting out of the home. Not even sometimes the parents want to associate with her. And they go wandering, actually not even in the hands of those that have made them pregnant, but to the streets. What happens to these girls? They have high risks associated with pregnancy, poor maternal health, bleeding at birth, and some even die in case they do not get opportunities for cesarean section, unsafe abortions. When you look at the country statistics, most of those arise out of teenage pregnancies because the girls are so disparate. They are not accepted to get rid of the babies, but alas, some end up dying. HIV/AIDS is glaring in their face because it is common knowledge. How do you get pregnant? It is unsafe sex. So for how long will this continue? Gender-based violence crowns all of it. That a girl who is a teenage mother, who is roaming on the streets, has triple jeopardy to what circumstances of gender-based violence they can come to them. Economical, psychological, physical, mention it. To the digital era, whereas it is a very good opportunity to enhance development, access to education, access to information, marketing is all going online. Most of our schools and these girls can neither afford a smartphone, nor do they have computers at home, nor are they able to use them. It provides the opportunity, but we want to go further and look at it. What is exactly happening? To those who have attempted, it becomes a trap to actually engage them into being trafficked for sex work. So we need as Parliament to come up and make sure that the anti-trafficking law is implemented to have these girls safe. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the gender digital gap is clearing in our faces. The era won't go back. It is here to stay. That schools that have started online, I know most of the schools in Uganda, we are not that level. But the world is leaving us, and leaving us for who? Is it just to our own selves, or we need to catch up? So I call upon you, honorable members, to overwhelmingly not only support this motion, but go back to your constituencies. First of all, speak about it. Speak about it when you go on radio stations. Most of these radios are very politically inclined discussions, but parents are hurting, the girls are hurting, not forgetting the boys. Can you be that mouthpiece to tell your other fellow males, these girls are impregnated by men, not people like me, a woman. Can you be the voice to tell them that they are pushing our nation into another epidemic that we might not be able to deal with? Finally, Madam Speaker, the stigma. You are relatives, you are friends, you are opinion leaders. If ever person comes to you and tells you the daughter is pregnant, please encourage them to support them. And may all these girls go back to school. May we encourage the population that it is not all over. For those who have a window to be able to go back to school. Right, Honorable Speaker, I implore the House not only support, but even spend some money in our constituency programs. From what government has, from what you have, to skill these young girls. And if only the Directorate of Industrial Training that has money, Madam Speaker, could extend special programs to this population, that they can learn to make different kinds of things. In Mbarara, for instance, we have a lot of banana fibers. Can they make table mats? Can they make corsets to cover our sweet drinks in bars that they are not infested with house flies? And please support women groups that are using their hands so that you can be a point of purchase for the products they make. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit and let us support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Rita. Members, as you've heard, just don't end the debate here. Go speak about it. Speak about the girl child. Go on radios, educate the population about the girl child. Encourage them. Remove the stigma out of these girls. They are human beings. They may be tempted. They have been raped. They have been all those kind of things. But let's go out as leaders and speak about this. And once you support a woman, that's the most reliable vote that you have. They are the most reliable people that you have in the community. A woman will always do, when you look at a family, running a family is being run by a woman. Making sure children go to school is being done by a woman. And when you do that, you're making a contribution to this country. Let's support the girl child as leaders. Let's speak about it. Let's come out and protect the girl. Honorable Kinyamatama.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. And I rise to second the motion, motion for a resolution of Parliament to urge government to address challenges facing the girl child and children in general in the digital era. First of all, I want to first appreciate you, honorable members of this House of the 11th Parliament, for overwhelmingly supporting this motion. I am very sure that the mothers that are watching us out there and the girls are impressed, and they know that they are our concern everywhere they are, both the female and the male MPs in this House. Thank you so much. I am very sure that honorable members know what has been happening with the girl child and what is happening with the motion and that we are trying to elaborate or our government to do. So I am very much going to rush to solutions or the way forward or our prayers. First of all, we need as government, we are government, to make sure that there is community mobilization and sensitization programs that are created to tell the country, to tell those that are behind the teenage pregnancies and defilement, they need to know the importance of education. Maybe they've forgotten. Maybe it doesn't seem important for them anymore. But when we go back as a country, as leaders, as partners of this country, like the NGOs, we can revive the sense of why we need these girls in schools. We can cite examples of where we've come from as women, as Uganda, and why we need education for both or for all. Let the Minister of Education, first of all, have one communicating sense of why we need education in this country. Let there be a packaging or a branding of why we need education by the Minister of Education itself, so that the communities have a collaborated information that they need to give to our communities. Because you find radios having a different information, you find NGOs having different information, but we need one collaborated message out there that can be broadcasted everywhere, that can be broadcasted on each TV station, so that Ugandans get to know and have one information or one packaged information about the relevancy, about the mistakes that have been done, about the pandemic. Because there has been a big debate of why we see increase in teenage pregnancies, and people have mixed feelings about the pandemic and before, but we need one answer from the ministry, one big message that will inform the biased minds out there. We need to urge UCC to make sure that it controls programs that are out there on radios, to regulate the internet information. Because as mothers, you know what is happening. You do not know the uncut karakata and everything, but when you get home, your children, our kids tell us what has been on TV. And UCC is watching, and it has all the powers, and it has all the laws in place that can be used to enact informative information for our children. So I think UCC should wake up, it should take up its mandate, and if it fails, I think government should take up the role of controlling UCC and forcing it to do what it has to do. There should be scholarships for these girls that have dropped out of school. That will very much solve issues of social stigma. There should be incentives, maybe to the kids, because you imagine you're unable to take care of yourself, now you have a baby. And the family itself is unable to take care of the baby and yourself. So how do we encourage these girls to go back to school if we want to reopen schools? That's right, Honorable Speaker. This program should be well thought about and implemented. If we want these young girls to go back to school without social stigma, we have to give them incentives. Either make sure that there is food for the kids, the babies that are with the mothers, to make sure that, PTAs have always put some fees for every student, to make sure that the little fee that is put there is now removed for these young girls to go back to school. But you have a burden of social stigma, you're unable to even go and explain why you can't pay that small fee, and you have a baby at home. So I think there should be a special package. Before reopening schools, there should be a special package for teenage mothers. Right, Honorable Speaker, finally, there should be a formal way of engaging our girls and boys during holidays. There should be health camps. There should be different camps that keep them engaged. We can use sports. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, when you go to our villages or our sub-counties, you'll find that most playgrounds that were there were sold out. You'll find that members of parliament, we have pressure to provide playgrounds for our teenagers out there. So imagine what these teenagers have to do if they have nothing to do, if they are not engaged in any activity. Of course, they will go and engage in other bad manners. So I think it is high time government purchased playgrounds for each, at least parish level, and we engage these students or these teenagers. If we don't engage them, they will be engaged in what seems very interesting for them. And this is where they find these traps of defilement and everything. Right, Honorable Speaker, when you look at the statistics of girl children and the abuses they are going through, you find that it's NGOs that are providing this information to us. You heard our motion. Everyone is talking about UNICEF, talking about all these other NGOs. But you cannot find on a website of Ministry of Education and other Ugandan websites or government, you cannot find any statistics concerning a girl child. And you wonder, are they not interested? Because statistics inform the policies that should be put in place. So I think this should be looked into. We need to clear that gap. Otherwise, if you have no information, you're not going to believe a member of parliament who is here to let you know that there is this gap. But if you take initiative as government and do research, you will be informed. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and the entire House for supporting this motion.
Thank you, Honorable Juliet. Let's limit the debate to 2 minutes. And we give a number of people to speak.
Madam Speaker, we had a male seconder, the Honorable Ngoya John Bosco. And allow me, on that note, to lay this report, the situation of an impact of COVID-19 on school-going girls and young women in Uganda. It's a report dated May 2021, conducted by FAWE, supported by GIZ, Oxfam, and UN Women. I beg to lay.
John Bosco. John Bosco, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. For the record, my name is Ngoya John Bosco. I represent the people of Bokora in this assembly. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion and speak into the plight of the trafficked children, many of whom, unfortunately, are from Karamoja. Statistics indicate that about 68.7% of the girl children in the streets who are actually hailing from Karamoja and are facing very deplorable conditions. Many of you have images of them begging in the streets. And yesterday we had a good motion paying tribute to Florence Alice Lubega. That one child that broke the patriarchy. We have many of these children out there in the streets that are actually loitering and are actually looking up to us. They are not asking for a penny. They are actually asking for policies. They are asking for intervention and protection. Right Honorable Speaker, the closest the nation actually rose to the occasion was in 2007 during the Commonwealth Heads of State meeting, where these children were actually rounded up and taken to reformatory homes. The mere fact that they were rounded up actually exposed a lot of things. Many of them have actually gotten lost. They have not been accounted for. In 2014, those that were rounded and taken to Kapringisa, up to date 7 have not been accounted for. Just this year, on the 10th of April, there was another roundup done by KCCA, and 2 girl child, Leema Betty, age 13, and Logiel, age 15 from Napak, have not been accounted for. On the 25th of October, this very year, there was another soup that was actually carried out by KCCA. We don't know why these kids have actually been taken. And it is for this particular reason that I actually rise to second the motion, urging government to do something for the girl child, but not only the girl child, but also the children in general. They are actually craving for our own support. I know for a fact that a lot has been done by government, but the great job that is being done now is by the NGOs. I want to take cognizance of Moroto Diocese doing a lot of work with the street children here in Kampala. There are other NGOs that have actually been supporting. And government seems to have actually affirmed the fact that there was an act that was passed, the Prevention of Trafficking in Children, 2009, here in Parliament. It looks like we have invested a lot in humanitarian assistance. We have invested a lot in relief. But we're not looking at this one particular child who has the possibility to be able to rise and probably come and contribute to the nation. It is my prayer, therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, that one, we investigate and prosecute the traffickers and the trafficking rackets. Many of our children have actually gone up to Nairobi. We are hearing that they are even in the Middle East. And we do not have record of that. It is my appeal that that actually is done. Two, that we resource the skilling of a girl child. I know with COVID, many of them may not necessarily be able to make it up to school. But if we have a deliberate attempt by government to ensure that we resource the skilling of this one particular child, or the many that are actually out there, perhaps we would have actually been able to cut this particular vice. I beg to submit. Thanks.
Thank you, John Bosco. We now open the motion to debate. And since this is the most popular debate, we'll limit it to about 10 people. We have a lot on the order paper. Jen, Brenda, Ethel, I'll come.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the mover of this motion and the seconders. Right Honorable Speaker, the mover and the seconders have spoken
2 minutes.
to reasons why the girl child faces a lot of challenges. I want to address my mind to two. One of such challenges is the poverty at household level, and then traveling long distances to access schools. Right Honorable Speaker, we must look at this issue from two perspectives, the prevention bit of it and provision, Right Honorable Speaker. From the prevention perspective, Right Honorable Speaker, I would suggest the following, that Parliament, together with government, we come up with policies that will have get our children and keep our girls in schools longer. And by so doing, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to allow, especially after the era and the impact of COVID-19, we should provide opportunities for girls who get pregnant to continue with education after nursing their children at least for 1 year, Right Honorable Speaker, but not going to classes when they are still expecting. Right Honorable Speaker, we should strengthen the senior teachers counseling aspect in all schools.
I just need a clarification there, that not going to class when you're expecting.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, that's my view, that they can continue after nursing their children at least for 1 year, because the children also have a right to breastfeed, Right Honorable Speaker.
Somebody can breastfeed a kid and go to class.
Okay,
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker.
So we can allow these children go to class.
Most obliged,
study,
Right Honorable Speaker.
And then we breastfeed. Yes, Matt.
Thank you for giving way. It is, of course, human to allow a mother to feed the child. Doesn't matter how young the mother is. But I want to give you information based on the experience in my area in Dokolo, that, that during that 1 year period, the same child mother gets pregnant again during that period of 1 year. While the mother is breastfeeding and is staying at home, that girl child is likely to be pregnanted again. So let us take precaution when we are talking about allowing the girl to breastfeed.
Thank you, Honorable Senior. I take note of that. Right Honorable Speaker, there is also need...
Members, listen to the Honorable Member.
Right Honorable Speaker, as now we go to parish model, implementation of a parish model, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with a colleague that brought in the idea of skilling these girls, and I would recommend that let there be skilling centers which is easily accessible for these girls and incorporated in the parish model. If there was a way that we could review the web program so that it is not just disbursing funds to women and girls, but also giving equipment in order for these girls to be skilled. Conclude. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, under the Ministry of Gender, we have the Department for Cultural Leaders, and we have cultural institutions and religious institutions in this country. Let us make use of these institutions, whereby cultural leaders can be encouraged to train or to talk to, come out with positive cultural and social norms to train these girls on how they should grow up and transit into womanhood. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, thank you. And in this parish model, really, we must localize the training areas for these girls. If we are saying we should do skilling of these girls, the skilling areas should be within where the girls come from. Or else, if it is a long distance, they will again get accident of these men on the way. So, Brenda?
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. First, I want to thank the mover and the seconders of the motion in regards to the girl child. Right Honorable Speaker, we have high dropout rate for the girl child. And the question of sex education in school, I know it is contentious, but it is one area we need to revisit. Young girls and boys engage in these acts at an early age, and you realize that at the end of the day, it's the girl child that drops out or gets affected more. I think Parliament should consider this debate seriously, and we see how we reinstate such, because when you go to the rural schools, you find that a girl in primary school is as old as 13 years and more, and they are actively engaging in sexual activities. So if we don't address it and we just think it is okay, we are going to see more girls dropping out of schools as a result of being pregnant. Right Honorable Speaker, in the Committee of Education, we've been having many organizations or MDS coming to the committee. We realize that if the loan scheme is not expanded to benefit institutions as low as those vocational institutes, technical training, those who teach courses that run for 3 months, we won't be able to have the young girls who are pregnant, because at times it's very hard to reinstate them in school directly, but you can involve them in skilling projects and training projects. So I want to ask colleagues that at the time when we are discussing the budget, as I conclude, I want to ask colleagues that at the time when we are working on the budget, we should make sure that we extend the funding or the bursaries to lower training institutes so that we can benefit the young girls and boys who have not been able to access funds to continue with education and skilling. Thank you, the Right Honourable.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Beth Ethonalima from Wakiso. As I commence The Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Children really wishes to thank you, our member, for ensuring that this motion is debated here. And I want to thank everyone for supporting this motion. Back to the point, I think many of us sometime back early in October realized that Wakiso was one of those districts that was affected. And there was an instance whereby a father had defiled a girl. I remember many of you heard about it. What am I trying to bring around? As we are in the budget process, I request, in order to ensure that the sensitization is done, the mindset change is done to all our societies, let's please advocate for seeing that local governments are really, really facilitated. Because when I called at Wakiso, the probation officer could tell me that she's stuck in ensuring that she's facilitated in order to see that this girl who is affected is given adequate support. So it is a challenge now of funding to the different officers, the probation officers, the community development officers, even the vice chairpersons at each and every local council. So on this very matter, I'll urge that we ensure and support that the local officers everywhere are supported, and really they are encouraged to see that they do their job, which also should include sensitizing communities in mindset change. And also, Madam Speaker, in this matter, as we plan for the girl child, let's also ensure that somewhere we educate the boy child to understand matters concerning the girl child. Because every time as we advocate, just one moment, Madam Speaker, as we advocate for the girl child matters, let's emphasize so that the boy child understands issues concerning the girl child, and we shall have a better society. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Wakiso. I want to hear from the boys. Yeah. Because I want to hear from the boys. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Sasaga. I represent Budadili East.
Let's hear from the boy child first.
Madam Speaker, I am a teacher as well. It is very difficult, Madam Speaker and honorable members, for a breastfeeding mother to be practically in class, to go to senior 1, senior 2 when you are breastfeeding. Maybe the efforts of this parliament should be geared towards supporting the Directorate of Industrial Training, which is underfunded. If we can support vocational training and it is spread through the sub-counties and the parishes, definitely the girl child will get equipped. Because what drives them largely is always some petty little money for them to buy pads. And if we can support the reusable pads and we distribute them, they will distribute nets. They will have been giving out masks. But if we can also support the girl child with distribution of those pads, basically some of them will end up holding in schools. And if they have the skills, they will be able to get their own incomes, which they can support themselves. The border riders, in most cases, and those men in the village, are taking the advantage. And most of these girl children who have got pregnant during this time of COVID, they have been tempted and ready to get some little money in support of themselves. Only that I was very disappointed. I was very disappointed with the head of the state when he was addressing the nation, and he says, but if you have one girl child and you get 2 out of 1, I think that is better. That was a very wrong message to the Ugandans and to the girl child. So we should put effort, Madam Speaker, toward supporting information around.
Members, let's discuss on how we can protect a girl child. Yes. Let's not get diversionary.
Thank you.
Let's talk about how we can help the girl child and also empowering the boy child. Because when you're talking about a girl child, you need a sex education. When we were growing up, there was an aspect of sex education where I would be told when you do this, it is bad, that kind of thing. Why don't we revive that kind of thing? Why? Honorable Segona, Hilderman, Minister Chen.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the colleagues for bringing this motion, but I want us to give it a broad spectrum than this. Number one, and I'm now speaking as a father to that girl child. Two, I am speaking as the father to that boy child who is the tortfeasor, but also the victim. You know, just look at this young man who is called a father in society. Reflect and go back to those boys that used to produce during school and what names we gave them. I think it should be more comprehensive, and I want to support my brother, Honorable Sasaga, when he talks about vocational training. One, actually it should begin with the policy and law. Make, for example, vocational training compulsory for all those would-be school-going children but are not going to school for whatever reason. Because vocational training, if organized in such a way that it is flexible, every girl in the village is able to access some form of schooling at the parish level, technical, vocational, that person would be equipped. During those classes, they would be given a component of sex education. They would be even given some counseling on the effects of pregnancy and childbirth. We should be looking at a model that is able to protect both the boys and the girls. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I know it has some cost implication of some form, but it should be designed in such a way that this girl is able to access. This girl or boy should be equipped, but in particular the girl child, if trained to be able to generate some income, that would protect her against further temptations of men that would lure them into similar acts. I would suggest that government comes up with a comprehensive policy and legal framework. Two, a budget that is able to establish an education scheme parallel or away from the conventional education for these children of ours to be trained and protected. Other than that, we'll be wasting time. I thank you.
Thank you, Hilderman.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleagues, Uganda's next problem is the boy child. And actually, it is the current problem because the boy child has been neglected, and as a result, he will look for a way of attracting attention. But that put aside, Right Honorable Speaker, as we go forward to discuss factors affecting the digital world and the girl child, we need to put into consideration a few things. The low and poor internet penetration and coverage in Uganda can't facilitate whatever we need to instill in a girl child. The lack of reliable electricity supply. Some of us represent people who don't have electricity. So as we talk about digital platforms, they will need electricity. More to this, Honorable Speaker, the high cost of internet. Somebody needs 5,000 to buy 1 GB. Somebody needs 200,000 to buy data for a month. We are talking about poor people. So as we talk about digital
We need to put into considerations all those things affecting the digital platforms and how a girl child must benefit. Information granted.
Thank you, my brother, for giving me way. And now, I want to give my brother more information about the boy child. The boy child is not favored from childhood until death. These people who have empowered the girl child, which is okay, but these girls have overused that power. I have a friend, Muonge Mbuzi Nume, who married a girl.
Order, Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Hold on, what now? Now, Muonge Mbuzi Nume was beaten by this girl always, because this girl was over-empowered. So now, the house, as we are empowering the girl child, let us tell them not to drop the morals, not to drop the discipline, because if they had remained with the morals, Muonge Mbuzi Nume wouldn't have been beaten every night. Thank you very much.
One thing I've picked from Honorable Hilderman is that as we talk about the digital world, we should also emphasize on electricity to reach almost all the areas, and then reduce the cost of internet. That should be included in your motion. And the girl child we are talking about is this small young girl you're raping left, right, center, and has fallen out of school. These young girls, just imagine yourself as a parent, Honorable Solomon. I don't think these young girls are beating people outside there. No, those are your women. Those are women. Those are not girl children. We are talking about teenage girls who are fallen out of school because of COVID. Teenage girls who are raped in the street because they have no access. But if you're talking about a woman who can fight back, then that one will not be raped. So we are talking about a young girl, your daughter outside there. Honorable Achen.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
She has a medical...
I am representing the boys.
She's a mother of the boys.
Yes.
She's a mother of the boys.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the mover and the seconders of the motion, and to reassure this House that the school health policy that is being worked on by Minister of Education will soon be passed, because we have been working together. I know that. Right Honorable Speaker, last week was Safe Motherhood Week. And as a Ministry of Health, together with partners and all of you, and allow me to thank the Health Committee very much. We were reflecting on our actions and our inactions towards mothers and the girl child, and reviewing our statistics and taking note of what has transpired during this COVID era. Whereas we've made progress, there are still many challenges. And one of the challenges that we must never shy away from is that for the last 25 years, nearly all governments world over have focused on the girl child. We have empowered the girl child, we have kept the girl child in school, we have emancipated women, we forgot the boy child. So, Right Honorable Speaker, what happened? The boy child went into a retreat to think about the boy child went to think about what to do. And good enough, we are in the digital world. They got their gadgets, they went into drugs, and the result now is that they are doing what we feared to the girl child. And they are not aware that they are doing anything wrong, because we forgot them. It is time to focus on the boy child. and put the children at the same level. Put the children at the same level because they are all children. We need to hold them.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Minister for giving me way. Right Honourable Speaker, last Friday, the State Minister in charge of primary education was in Amoro launching the program Stopping Teenage Pregnancy in Uganda. The issues raised by the boy child and girl child, one of them was that during the lockdown, they were all rendered so redundant. The Ministry of Education promised to buy radios to ease their learning, to buy televisions. Nothing was done by the Ministry of Education. At the end, every time during evening hours, they moved to the training centers, discuss about love affairs, and that is how many of the young girls got pregnant, Honourable Speaker. That's the information I want to give you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I think it's very important for some of these things to go on record so that the answer is very clear. Honourable colleagues, you remember very well that in the 10th Parliament, government presented a supplementary budget to buy radios for learners in the whole country, and Parliament rejected that budget. So is it in order really for the answer to show that government refused to buy radios for our learners when this Parliament here refused to clear the supplementary?
Honourable Chen, can you finish your submission?
Yes, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I was just saying it is time to treat the children equally so that we can bring them up when they are knowledgeable and empower them with information so that they are able to know what is wrong from the very beginning. But it is also important that parents focus on the children equally. Right Honourable Speaker, I thank you.
Let me start like this, and I come and finish you. Former Opa, Luengo, all of you are going to speak.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. For record, my name is Kamgo Pamela Nasio. I represent the people of Bodaka District. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I rise to support the motion moved by Honourable Saro Pendi. Colleagues, there is no any other time better than today for this motion. Honourable colleagues, it is common knowledge that the world is advancing digitally, and this needs to be punctuated. Technology is not bad per se, but there is need for regulation to protect the exploitation of the girl child and children. As you are all aware, there is need to regulate the content which is alluring our children, and our children are irresponsibly consuming these materials. As a call for government for regulation is not the cause to government to pause technology advancement, but to put mechanisms that can alleviate the risks emerging from unregulated use of digital materials. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Luengo.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to thank the mover of the motion and the seconders Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I love that the girl child has been empowered with education at all levels and the inclusiveness in empowerment in employment world. But the extreme focus on the girl child has led to neglect of the boy child. Right Honorable Speaker, to an extent that they lack the basic knowledge on how to live harmoniously with the learned and educated girl child. I therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, pray that the nation, and especially to the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, we should balance the concept of empowering the younger generation so that we don't lose the boy child while focusing on the girl child. I thank the Right Honorable Speaker for this opportunity and I support the motion.
Honorable Cisse, thank you so much. Honorable Cisse is talking about the inclusiveness and harmonious living of these children. But you need, even when there is harmonious living, you need to tell them not to do bad manners. So these children can still stay together. I was so surprised when I saw a story of how a boy impregnated his own sisters. It's because these children are not educated. They don't talk to them. As parents, we should be able to talk to these children.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purposes, Chitanywa Sowed is my name. I represent the people of Songora North County in Kasese. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to begin by thanking the movers of the motion as well as the seconders. Right Honorable Speaker, I am addressing myself to two major issues. One is the issue of parenting. Right Honorable Speaker, all the children we are talking about, it did not appear on earth by miracle. They were produced by parents. Unfortunately, Right Honorable Speaker, the parents have delegated their powers. Most parents have turned into internally displaced parents. They no longer care about their children. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, it's very important for government to come up with parenting programs so that the parents can be responsible parents. They should not just produce and leave the children to grow on their own. It is surprising, colleagues and Right Honorable Speaker, that during the Corona period is when we have recorded many teenage pregnancies when the children are with their own parents. It means that there is a problem with parenting. Second,
next.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I want to join you in thanking the mover of the motion and the seconders of the motion. I stand here, I'm a little bit uncomfortable because we are always talking about girl child. We have forgotten the boy child. And yet it is the boys who are causing all this. And including the ones who are in this house. They are doing this to our children. So I want to request us to go back and do our roles. Let's speak to our girl children and speak to our boy children as well. But if we concentrate on our girl children, when we are living, why did God have to create a boy and a girl?
These are all our children. I want to request us, we don't need government to tell us to speak to our children. Government, we don't need the president to tell me to talk to my boy or to my girl. You find that these days, even the single mothers, the rate of single mothers is increasing because the boy child was left and a mother is left alone to raise these children. Then also, during the times of marriages, you find that it's only girls who are taken to be talked to when the boy who's supposed to get married is left there alone, yet sometimes they do not know some things. So I stand here to say that while we are talking of our girl children, let's speak to our boy children as well.
Members, let's limit this debate. It is the most popular debate, motion I have seen. And we are repeating now the same thing. And remember, we have, members, we have a very important bill coming next. Gafabusa.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable
Davis,
Speaker.
the boys.
The boys.
The girls.
Gafabusa, Daniel, Kimasho, Davis. We first start with those three.
There is nothing like
Then Enos.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Members, why I'm insisting I want to hear from the boys, because these are the trouble causers. They should speak by themselves to show the public that we are not going to do the same thing.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the movers and supporters of the motion. I rise to support the motion, Madam Speaker. I just want to talk about two things. One of them was parenting. My colleague has talked about it. I don't want to repeat. The other one is about our criminal mentality, and as a country, why we are not able to put the criminals or the suspected criminals to book as a community. When you talk of teenage pregnancy, we are talking about rape, we are talking about defilement, we are talking about incest, and all that comes with it. And all of these are well catered for in our national laws. The Penal Code Act of Uganda covers all of this. But you wonder why in all our villages, these girls we are talking about are scattered in our villages. They are scattered in our homes. But how many of us have seen a teenage pregnant girl and taken responsibility to find out who is responsible for this? And as a community, we take on this person. And by the way, Madam Speaker, we are talking about the girl child. Mind you, even the boys are defiled by these women. The only difference is that the boys don't show. Madam Speaker, while the girl is defiled or raped and she gets pregnant, the boys do not get pregnant, and there is no sign you can see, but they are all defiled. They go through the same as the girls. We should be looking at how we stop this criminality in our country.
Information.
Members, I know you're all excited of what you do.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
For record purposes, I'm by the names of Kamkama Davis, representing the people of Nyangabu. I stand to second the motion. First and foremost, a girl child is the most treasure that we have in this nation. So by that factor, we really need to take them like a glass. We need to provide them with information to both the girl child and the parents on the way how the parents should bring their children. For example, I have a young child of 7 years. I normally advise her not to play with boys during the dark time. Because when they go playing in the dark, there are things that happen. So we need really to equip these children and parents with such information. And for example, those who can't go back to school, let the government provide the skilling centers. They go learn carpenter, tailoring, catering, and others, so that at least we don't see the girl child just diminishing like that. I beg to submit.
Thank you.
Dan Kimasho.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I raised support the motion, but
there's a procedure matter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise under Rule 59 of our Rule of Procedure, subsection B and C. Madam Speaker, motion without notice. I think a lot has already been spoken on this particular motion. And Madam Speaker, I'm seeing members are repeating themselves. And yet we have very many important business still to discuss in this Parliament. We have a bill pending, the order paper. We have issues of compensation of the Hillary victim still pending on the order paper. So I would like to, I don't know whether we are proceeding rightly now, Madam Speaker, by continuing to debate this and repeat ourselves. So I would like to move that we adjourn this debate and then we look at the important businesses that are really inside our thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Further procedure?
There is a ruling on this procedure. You made the rules, these rules yourselves, and the member is saying that we are repeating ourselves on the same issues. It is a motion that has been accepted by everybody. There are other things that is left. Can we hear from a leader of opposition, hear from a government chief whip, and from the minister? What is their commitment? And when we get that, we move on to the next. Honorable, I have made a ruling on that. If you want, all of you are going to debate. We have subsequent business to come. I know you're a parent and you would love to debate about a girl child or boy child. Now boy child. So, Leader of Opposition, do you have anything to say? If you don't have, then we give...
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. First of all, the time we have spent on the motion is worth every inch of our space in this House, because our business is to legislate for posterity, and posterity is about the duty we owe to generations, especially our own children, that will give the next generation reason to believe that when we came here, we cared and moved in direction that would ensure that their future is safe. So I want to applaud the mover and those who debated the motion. For me, and the issue therein is to say legislation and policy has to migrate to address the inevitable, inescapable, obvious challenges of the day. Some of our legislations are archaic, and therefore it's our duty, it's our space. I would like to see that this debate condenses into legislation that will change the tide on the issues that we have debated today, this afternoon, right, Honourable Speaker. So I would like to support the mover and the issues therein to suggest that we would like to see a change in legislation on ICT, on education, to undertake the necessary reforms in education. Government promised a vocational school per sub-county 10 years ago. I don't know how many have been built so far. These should be the issues to make an evaluation of whether we are preaching water and drinking wine, Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Taibwa.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to support the motion and thank the mover and all colleagues who contributed. The aspect which I feel that was a little bit missing is two. One, the issue of mindset change towards our barbaric customs in society. And then the issue of giving a victim a second chance in life, especially for early pregnancy. And I have a very live example, Right Honourable Speaker, which I felt I should share with this House. Around 3 years ago, I read a story of two young girls who had traveled all the way from Rira to Namugongo for Uganda Matters to intercede for their parents so that they could get fees. I followed up with the girls. One of them was taken by Italian nannies, and I took up one with my family. Called, I think because of the story, I don't need to put the name on record. But some colleagues know because they met me with her at Serena Chigo when we were on a family outing some time back. Right Honourable Speaker, when this child came, stayed at our place, was given good care, went home looking good. At 12 years, the uncle raped her. The uncle, I can call it aggravated defilement, whatever, but it was a monstrous act. The uncle raped her, and the family. So this young girl, Mrs. goes, she was in her P7, she performs poorly. After they came, my wife told me we have 2 visitors at home, and the story goes, she came, she told me. Now, when I tried to pursue, as long as that was not painful enough, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I found there is a ritual. They sat and agreed as a community that they must perform a ritual where she has to forgive the uncle. So what they are going to do, she will lie on the ground, the uncle will go on the roof of that house where she was raped from and urinate on her. Here in Irira. So I raised the issues with the authorities. The uncle ran away. Up to now we are pursuing. But the community became violent towards me that I'm trying to break a family by protecting a girl. But I want to thank a colleague in this House, Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Yeri Ofono. He helped me to put her back to school. And
Members, there are so many touching stories about what happened.
I'm sorry, Right Honourable Speaker, but I approached a few MPs from the area. We worked out with Honourable Yeri Ofono. We put her back in P6. Now she has been admitted at Namagunga in S1. So I emphasize that for purposes of giving a girl child a second chance. Where many people don't do it. I've heard colleagues talking that once it happens, take her to skiing, take her to, weaving, to do what? If I had determined that Aya Gloria goes back to weaving, to tailoring, she wouldn't be having this chance. And as I can assure you, this young girl is going to be a star. We are looking after the child, or it's going on well. I felt I should bring that story to emphasize how painful it is. And also for the women to understand, girls love their fathers more than their mothers. So men, let's protect our girls. Let's do whatever we could do, protect the girls, whatever we can. And Honorable Sarah and team, I promise you my full support for anything that will protect our children. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to request that you allow me, we amend the prayer, considering the debate that we've had. We amend the prayers so that we say that in an effort, in the process of protecting the girl child, we should also protect the boy child. Among the prayer, because when you look at this motion came from the presentation from the minister on the day of the girl child. So we cannot amend the motion, but we can amend the prayers in the motion to include the boy child. I beg to submit, Right Honourable Speaker, and I'm sorry for whatever happens.
Thank you, Government Chief Whip. Members, there are so many touching stories outside there. We have had fathers sleep with their own daughters. We have had brothers sleep with their own sisters, especially during this COVID time. We, the parents, have moved away from our parenting role. We are not talking to these children. Some order. We are not talking to these children. We need to take responsibility as parents and talk to both of these children, the boys and the girls. They are equally important in a community. Because the moment you talk to the girl alone, the boy will think rejected and he will say, okay, let me hurt. And he will go and do the harmful things to the girls. We need to revive the sex education. I remember they used to tell us, if you go to play with the boys, don't do this, don't do this. These pornography films on TVs, they are teaching children a lot. Can't we limit them? Can't UCC do something? Because our children are at home 24/7.
Problems she causes.
So members will amend the prayers to include all what has been said, including the boy child. And what is important is the issue that Honorable Sasaka said about the reusable pads. The girls get that stigma of not going to school immediately she gets her periods. They feel that shame and they cannot afford pads. As government, can't we provide that? Can't we have the policies that help government in all this? One member said in the Penal Code Act, the law is very clear on what should be done on those rapists, those defilers. But are we implementing? The cultures must be broken, where they say when a girl, the moment you see the breasts, this one is ready for marriage. We must break those cultures. And it is this house to make those rules.
Guidance, right, Honorable
Honorable
Speaker.
Minister.
Guidance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to thank the movers of the motion and the seconders, and also thank my colleagues for the various issues that you have raised. I would like to inform this House, Right Honorable Speaker, that things to do with children are multi-sectoral in approach, and I would like to commit myself here that we are going to work with the different sectors, both in government and non-government, so that we can see how we can address some of these issues. Right Honorable Speaker, yes, the boys are also children. They are also equal to the girls. But we cannot take it for granted the girls are more vulnerable than the boys. When you're standing here, everybody is talking about the teenage pregnancies, but no one is talking about those that have impregnated these young girls. From January 2020 to June 2021, we have registered 21,000 defilement cases. 21,000 defilement cases. And who are these that are being defiled? These are our girls. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to put it clear that most of the things that you raised, that members raised, were addressed on the day when we were celebrating the International Day of the Girl Child in Kololo. Some of the issues were put forward clearly by the guest of honor, who was the First Lady and the Minister of Education, and other things were raised by my senior minister. And at an appropriate time, you will allow me to lay on table the speeches that were read that day so that they can add to the motion. As I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, one of the things that we need to address most.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Minister, for giving way to seek to help me draw this clarification from you. Honorable members, as you may realize, that as we all stand up for the girl child, there is something that is glaring daily and something that we've tried to address in every parliament. I'm glad that you're a new minister in this docket. Every single day as we drive into this city, at every traffic light, and as every single day as we go back home, there are children there. We may be talking about children that we might not see, but these ones we see daily. Nakurabi light, Wandegea light, Ginger Road traffic lights, and everywhere. Either performing child labor, or begging, or carrying children on their backs. Now, the point of clarification I'm trying to seek from the Honorable Minister is, when shall the ministry do us a big favor to start fighting this surge? Because it's very embarrassing to our country. It's the biggest embarrassment. We can talk till cows come back home, but everyone will laugh at us by saying, even near you at Parliament, there are girl children that are glaring at you as convoys pass, as our beautiful cars pass, and we should start it by ourselves to stop and say, this must stop now. As Parliament, we seek a commitment from you to tell us when this shall not be a sin no longer that embarrasses our country, and when it shall stop. Thank you.
Thank you. It is very true. I think we have all seen that. But I would like to inform this House, through you, Right Honorable Speaker, that there was a program that was there for resettling the street kids, and government released funds, and some of these children were taken back. Most of them were from Napak, through KCCA. KCCA was the one responsible. It is the one they gave the funds. They took back these children to Napak and were taken to our institution called Kabolin, which is in Karamoja.
There's a procedure matter here.
Procedure.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I've listened to the Minister. I think she is actually wrapping up the debate. I was thinking that since this is a general debate, I thought the Minister was also making a contribution to the motion. But now that she's actually wrapping up, Right Honorable Speaker, if you allowed me, and with the permission of the movers, if the Minister of Health could allow the mover listen to my amendment to the motion. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like the mover, Right Honorable Speaker, now that the mover is able to listen to us, I would like to move a motion under Rule 61 to amend the prayers before the Minister wraps up the debate. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a couple of about 2 or 3 to propose for the amendment of the prayers. I do appreciate that there are various laws which are in place already in our status books. But Right Honorable Speaker, we are just talking about general information. We don't have specific information which are official that we can lay our hands on and use this debate to make tangible change. And it is on that basis, Right Honorable Speaker, that I wish to move that one, the Minister of Education, after the schools reopen, to present to Parliament comprehensive and detailed reports of how many girl child has dropped out because of pregnancy. We would like a comprehensive report so that based on that figure we can plan as to how we can help a girl child across the country, because what has happened in the north has happened in the south, and our girls would need help. Secondly, I propose that the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, who is specifically responsible for girl child and boy child, I believe, also to bring a comprehensive report to the House, giving us details of how they have implemented the provisions of the law pertaining to the rights of the girl child. May we know the challenges that the government is experiencing, which is making it difficult for the various laws to be implemented. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, all these things we are talking about, there are laws in our status books that takes care of genital mutilation, female genital mutilation. We have laws against rape. We have laws against various. Right Honorable Speaker, please protect me from
those boys.
From the boys.
Yes.
Protect.
You're protected. Can you finish?
So, Right Honorable Speaker, the House should be expecting a comprehensive report from the Ministry of Gender and Social Development. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg also to propose that the Attorney General, who can coordinate the various agencies, should also be able to present to us comprehensive report on the status of the practical implementation of the penal that we already have in place. Right Honorable Speaker, why am I coming with this amendment? I want us not just to debate, stir up our motion and lament. We should leave reading the book of Lamentation and move to the book of Revelation, where the girl child will feel a difference from this debate. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we can make tangible debate and take decisions based on facts, based on some reasonable and well-researched information. And that's why I'm requesting that the various ministries and agencies bring to this Parliament information that we can base our debate on and plan accordingly. All this debate must be translated into budgetary provision so that we can ensure that the relevant ministries can implement the laws and we can make a change. Right Honorable Speaker, before I close, I want to say, in Dokolo, I tried to call the girl child who had dropped out. I was shocked that not only is a girl breastfeeding, the girl has come even pregnant.
Procedure.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that I get guidance from the movers of this motion whether the various amendments are moved is acceptable by the movers. I beg to submit.
She's on procedure.
Speaker, you made a ruling.
Honorable Minister of Children, she was on a procedure. So she wanted an amendment on the prayers. And it is basically on that, Enos. So I know you want to raise a procedure whether it was right for her to debate once the ruling was made. It is on the final amendment.
No problem.
They are amending the resolution, I mean the prayers.
Right Honorable Speaker, in the same spirit of the Honorable Cecilia Atim Ogwal Barbara, I think there is just one record we need to correct in the proposal of amending to have the prayer, to have a comprehensive list of girls that have, one, dropped out of school as a result of pregnancy. I think we do not need to go to the stage of dropping out of school, since the schools have not reopened, but the list of those that have been victims and the steps that are being taken by government to help them as a result of that predicament.
Maybe we would get the list for a benefit for us to budget and support those affected girls. Not really just having the list. We need actions on this. We need an action on this such that we are able to know how many people are we budgeting for in terms of skilling and that kind of thing. Can you conclude?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In conclusion, I would like to inform my colleagues that as government, we are committed on the issues to do with the girl child, and also request you to be the ambassadors to protect the issue of parenting. And I want to inform you that we even have a parenting policy in place. We can give you copies. Let's respect the families, put parenting first, starting with us, and all this will be. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, members. Let's be examples. Not when you leave Parliament here, much will go to a bar, go back home at midnight. The children don't know you. The next day they will start calling you an uncle. You see that kind of thing. You start with the parenting first. And Minister, we need an action on these matters. Let this not remain on paper. Let it not remain in a debate in this House. If you need finances, we need to budget for this, because this is the generation for tomorrow. Because if we leave this to be wasted, these children to be wasted, then we don't have a good Uganda. Bring the analysis, we'll do a budgeting for it, and have this sorted out. A girl is a precious kid, just like a boy. I now put a question that the motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to address challenges facing the girl child and children in general in the digital era be adopted by this House plus its amendments. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, no. Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you. Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to thank the boys and girls in this House. Thank you very much for the support to this motion. And Right Honorable Speaker, we look forward to the detailed report from the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Gender, because this report was conducted by FAWE. And when the schools open, we definitely can be able to get even more data on how many girls have dropped out of school and how many dropped out due to pregnancy and child marriages. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Next item.
Item number 2, statement by ministers.
Okay. Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, whereas we are discussing to make the betterment of the girl child, I'm happy that there is massive empowerment of women in this country, and I think Africa, we are leading. 3 weeks ago, Madam Speaker, I put an issue on the floor of Parliament concerning the 5 billion shillings in the office of the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, you did rule that the information should be brought so that we know the time has surpassed, and Madam Speaker, we are seeing a lot of wars in social media, a lot of complaints by the Minister of Relief and Disaster Preparedness. I believe this is the tempo of legislation where Ugandans can know and hear what has gone wrong so that these issues are settled. Because although some people call our cabinet fishermen and women, but in the Busia, fishermen and women don't fight in water, they fight in the boat. I therefore would like, Madam Speaker, to know whether we are proceeding well, and there is a war outside. There is a war outside which would have been solved within the inner house. Because I believe that, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I believe when the Prime Minister, Tom Blair, the retired one, hears what happens here, he can run and die.
Honorable Member,
I therefore don't know whether we are proceeding well, Madam Speaker.
We are actually proceeding very, very well. The matter is on the order paper. Check your order paper number 10. So don't smuggle in something. It will come. It will come. It will come.
Item number 3.
No, you can't say it is far. The owner of the order paper is the Speaker. And it is the Speaker who is speaking. So you go by the Speaker's ruling. Next item.
Item number 3, statement by Minister 3.1 on compensation of victims of the Lord's Resistance Army and the National Resistance Army, insurgents in various parts of the country.
Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to request for a small breather. I'm still collecting data and information from the sub-regions. I'm requesting that you give me at least 1 week within which I can present a comprehensive report.
Members, Rita, members, this business of when you finish your what belongs to you and you go away, why don't you wait for the house to end? Yes, procedure.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, whereas we welcome the prayers by the Deputy Attorney General on this matter, I would like to inform you and the House that we have taken now more than a month without having any activity conducted by the Office of the Attorney General regarding this matter. As members of Parliament from the different regions, the Attorney General had promised that he would be meeting us at regional levels, and also he would be going to meet us at district levels. And there are committees that are in place. But the Office of the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General is here, went mute and quiet. He does not even respond. We created a WhatsApp group to communicate. He stopped all of a sudden. And this is a very serious matter that I feel the Deputy Attorney General is being overwhelmed. He went to Lira, I'll give you information. He went to Lira. He was the only officer from the Office of the Attorney General. In fact, he moved alone. He didn't even have an assistant. He didn't have technical people to support him.
Information.
Madam Speaker,
Information.
it is at this moment, I'll take information first from PP and then my sister briefly.
Thank you, Honorable Jonathan, for allowing me to give more information. I think when you stated that this matter has taken more than a month to be handled, I will hasten to say it has taken more than a month. Actually, it has taken more than 10 years for it to be handled. We have had, especially in Acholi sub-region, where the Acholi wounded claimant were actually awarded a court benefit. I think that was in 2003, if I'm not mistaken. Now from 2003 up to 2021, the Attorney General is still coming to be given more time in order to handle the issues of this compensation. Madam Speaker, I think the Attorney General has to get more serious, because this is a matter that has been lagging behind for quite a number of years. So I just wanted to give you the information that this has taken more than the time you have actually stipulated. It is more than 10 years. And therefore, it's overdue, has to be addressed.
Thank you very much, Honorable PP Okino Jara. My woman member of Parliament, Honorable Linda, please give me information briefly so that I conclude.
Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker.
I'm surprised Jonathan has now become the Speaker of the House. You know, members, Linda, you give the information to...
Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Jonathan, for allowing me to inform him. I'd like to inform this Parliament in regards to what the Attorney General have said about the time frame in the matter of the compensation. Especially, we have been interacting with the Attorney General at various levels. But I would like it to be clear that it seems Attorney General's office is not serious. On these reasons, that the data he's collecting is already in the court of law. And several times, even in the 10th Parliament, Attorney General's office have been telling this Parliament that they are collecting data. And government is spending a lot of money, time and again, giving Attorney General's office money to go for verification. But there's nothing good that is being brought to this Parliament.
You see,
and I would request that Attorney General this time be serious. You're supposed to be the legal advisor of the government, but not the confuser of the government.
Members, you're now debating on the matter.
Let me conclude.
Members,
Madam Speaker, let me just conclude.
Members, you're now speaking on the matter. Attorney General has come and he has said, give me just 1 week.
Just one prayer. Just one prayer.
He has said, give me 1 week. Jonathan, sit. Santa, sit. You know, you cannot give what you don't have. He doesn't have the information. And he is asking for 1 week. Let's give him the 1 week.
Honourable Speaker, thank you. A week ago, I spent a good deal of time in Acholi land, visiting with the communities and listening to elders. And I'd like to tell my brother, the Land Attorney General, that you're probably the 5th Attorney General to be handling this matter. And the voices of the people in that area are very compelling. And we have every reason as leaders of this country to act with sincerity and sensitivity. Whereas I see no reason to deny you 1 week. Probably, right, Honourable Speaker, the Land Attorney General should be given another minute to explain what he's going to come here to do in that 1 week. That members can go home with a fair spirit that on coming here in that 1 week, the deliverables are the expectations, Honourable Speaker. Otherwise, I have no reason to deny him that 1 week. But with the rider that we get to understand the content of his return. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much. What you may get from Attorney General as a deliverable in 1 week may not be conclusive. He does not work alone. He has to work with the finance. He has to work with the local governments. I don't want this house to be lied. Because what is not, he's not going to tell you, he will not fulfill what will tell you. But because you're putting pressure on him, he does not work in isolation. It is an interministerial activity. So he's saying, let's give him 1 week. 1 week, you're coming back the next Wednesday. And you come back and report to this house, whether you have paid at least 2 people or not. Because, can't talk about the thing of compensation. I gave my personal advice. I told you, go to the ground and sort out the thing on ground. And I'm still emphasizing on that. The moment you don't come back here next week with that, then we shall leave you to the house.
Most obliged.
Next item.
Proceed here, Right Honourable Speaker.
Item number 3.2, ministerial statement on the state of healthcare service delivery in Uganda and the budget implications.
There is the procedure matter there. Okay. Minister of Health.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. Right Honourable Speaker, I was moving on a procedure matter.
Yes.
Before the Attorney General gave way.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker,
yes.
Instead of handling this matter piecemeal, because the statement is to do with the LRA and NRA victims. But right on, according to
Honourable Milton, can we handle that next week?
No, Right Honourable Speaker, I'm very compliant and I agree with you, but the procedure matter I wanted to raise on this matter is to do with the Lakwena victims also being brought at the same time instead of us handling piecemeal. That's my procedure matter. Right Honourable Speaker, yesterday we were with the minister in charge of Luero Triangle in Iganga, and we raised this concern, this matter before her. She did tell us that...
What is the procedure matter you're raising, Milton?
Right Honourable Speaker, my procedure matter is that instead, as we agree with receiving the report next week, could we add, or can we add, the issue of Lakwena victims and UPA? We handle it as a combined, instead of us engaging in piecemeal. That is it, Right Honourable. Thank you.
Next item. Next item. Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, in the month of July this year, you directed the Ministry of Health to make a comprehensive statement on the state of public health care service delivery in Uganda and the budgetary implications. Allow me first of all to thank Parliament for the interest and commitment in improving health care service delivery, as this will go a long way in contributing to the goal of the health sector, which is universal health coverage by 2030.
Members, this report was uploaded on your laptops, on your iPads. So the minister may not read page by page. She will make a summary because it's presumed you have gone through it.
Yes. Thank you, Right Honourable, for the guidance. I was saying this will go a long way in contributing to the goal of the health sector, which is universal health coverage by 2030, in line with the Sustainable Development Goal 3. My statement, Right Honourable Speaker, will focus on key areas, and the key areas will be service delivery, status of hospitals, district health infrastructure construction, medical equipment, emergency medical services, human resources, supervision and monitoring service delivery, pharmaceutical services and health commodities, disease surveillance and epidemic control and response, laboratory services, and a summary of the major challenges. In that respect, I request that you allow me to jump the background and move straight to service delivery. Right Honourable Speaker, the Ministry of Health Service Standards provides for 7 levels of health service delivery, and these are specialized hospitals, national referral hospitals, regional referral hospitals, general hospitals, health center 4s, health center 3s, and the village health teams. The existing health center 2s in sub-counties without health center 3s are being upgraded to health center 3s, while new health center 3s will be constructed in sub-counties without any health facility. In addition, sub-counties, divisions, town councils
with populations of above 20,000 or difficult terrains will be considered for 2 health center 3s. The health center 2s that do not fall in this category will be used as outposts for the village health teams. Right Honorable Speaker, I have given a table there showing the health service delivery standard. The target is the number of population, the number of beds required at the level, the staffing norms, and the healthcare services provided at all levels up to the health centers. So I will now go to the hospitals. Currently, Right Honorable Speaker, there are 72 functional public hospitals. The hospitals include 5 specialized hospitals, 5 national referrals, all located in Kampala, 16 regional referral hospitals, and 46 functional general hospitals. To address the specialized hospitals, we have Mulago Specialized, Mulago Women and Neonatal Specialized, Uganda Cancer Institute, Uganda Heart Institute, and Children's Surgical Hospital, which will be commissioned this Friday by His Excellency the President. The rehabilitation and equipping of Lower Mulago Hospital is still ongoing, affected by several challenges. The current progress is at 95%. COVID-19 pandemic interrupted the construction works at the hospital as we had to use the intensive care unit. The 450-bed specialized women's hospital is functional, but with challenges of inadequate funding and inadequate staffing due to lack of specialists, and this affects the delivery of services. Uganda Cancer Institute and Uganda Cancer Institute are also constrained by lack of funds and inadequate human resources. Under a public-private partnership arrangement, the Children's Surgical Hospital was constructed in Entebbe. It was completed in April 2021. It provides free pediatric surgical services to the nation and the East African region. It is currently being run by Emergency, which is an NGO in conjunction with government. Emergency will run it for 10 years. Thereafter, it will be handed over to government. Currently, government provides counterpart funding of 20% of the operational costs. The national referral hospitals, I will not go through them. Regional referrals, there are 16 in number, and they provide services to a catchment population of between 2 to 2.5. Aware that the population in different sub-regions increase yearly, this necessitates the upgrading of some general hospitals to regional referrals. The Ministry of Health will continuously evaluate the needs of the region and population statistics and address this based on availability of funds. Right Honorable, there is a table there showing the regional referral hospital, its catchment population, the districts served, and there are remarks there. In the remarks section, you can see number 3 Hoima serves a population of 2.8 million people, so there is need to upgrade a general hospital in that area to decongest. Similarly, Jinja serves a population of 4.2 or 4.3 million. That region needs a regional referral to decongest. The Fort Portal region needs a regional referral to decongest the area. And Right Honorable Speaker, we have identified the areas by mapping and seeing accessibility. Mbale region, there is need for a regional referral. Mbarara region, there is need for a regional referral to decongest. And Entebbe, which is Wakiso, also needs another hospital to decongest. Right Honorable Speaker, There is need for funding for expansion and renovation of Soroti and Jinja regional referrals, which have very poor infrastructure. A total of Uganda shillings 20.7 billion was allocated to the 15 regional referral hospitals and Bombo, that is this financial year, for procurement of CT scans. The procurement process is ongoing, and the engineering department of Ministry of Health has been assessing the hospital infrastructure for installation of the CT scans. We take note here, the assessment report indicates that there is urgent need for 8 billion Uganda shillings for construction, remodeling of some of the infrastructure if we are to have the CT scans installed. So, Right Honourable Speaker, what I'm saying here is money was provided for CT scans, for regional referrals, but not for the infrastructure where we are supposed to install the CT scans. The major challenges affecting service delivery at the regional referrals are inadequate human resources, especially specialists, inadequate staff accommodation, dilapidated structures, lack of structures for intensive care unit equipment, old and obsolete medical equipment, and high utility bills. Right Honourable Speaker, honourable members, I will now move to the general hospitals. Currently, there are 46 functional public hospitals, and I have attached this as Annex 1. Government commenced the construction of Bukwo and Buwenge General Hospitals in 2008. These have not been completed up to date, and funding is not being provided. Under the Uganda Health System Strengthening Project, funded by a World Bank loan, and this was between 2011 to 2016, 9 hospitals, Mitiana, Nakaseke, Kiriandongo, Entebbe Grade B, Nebi, Anaka, Iganga, Moyo, and Moroto Regional Referral were renovated, equipped, and handed over in June 2017. Kawolo Hospital has been renovated and expanded and is due for commissioning. Rehabilitation of Busolwe Hospital is commencing this financial year. Government has been putting in effort to improve the following hospitals through provisions of development funds. And let me quickly say here that the development fund amounts are quite little. Ajumani, Apach, Atutur, Bududa, Bundibujo, Entebbe Grade A, Gombe, Kabarole, Kagadi, Kalisizo, Kambuga, Katakwi, Chiboga, Chenjojo, Liantonde, Masindi, Palisa, and Tororo. However, this was inadequate as most of the infrastructure, including staff houses, is very old and dilapidated. In the National Development Plan 3, 2020 to 2025, the Ministry of Health plans to renovate and equip 17 general hospitals: Abim, Apach, Atutur, Bujiri, Bundibujo, Iganga, Itojo, Gombe, Kagadi, Kambuga, Chiboga, Chitagata, Kitgum, Chenjojo, Liantonde, Palisa, and Masindi. The estimated cost for major renovation and re-equipping such hospitals is 30 billion for each hospital. This translates to 410 billion. This is to be carried out in a phased manner once resources are made available. I'll now move to district health infrastructure construction. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, currently there is a high demand to establish hospitals in every district. While this contradicts the WHO guidance and the Ministry of Health Service standards, which recommends a general hospital for every 500 population, the National Hospital Census 2016 showed that each general hospital was serving a population of 230,000 people, which is about half of the recommended number of 500,000 per hospital. The hospitals need to be made fully functional to serve at the recommended capacity. His Excellency, the President directed that each district should have a general hospital, each constituency a health center 4, and each sub-county a health center 3. In line with the above directive, an analysis was carried out by the Ministry of Health, and Right Honorable Speaker, I have provided a table to that effect. And in that table, if we look at the general hospitals serving 5,000 populations, the number of health facilities is 159. Currently we have 46 government, 69 PNFP, 44 private. Local governments without a government facility are 74. Number of health facilities to be constructed and upgraded would be 74. So a total of 74 districts do not have a public or a government hospital. However, 15 of these have a PNFP hospital, and that is Agago, Amudat, Bushenyi, Ivanda, Kalungu, Chiruhura, Maracha, Mayuge, Mpiji, Napak, Ngora, Oyam, Rukunjiri, and Zombo. And these facilities are receiving primary health care grant from the government. And I have attached this as Annex 2. Due to the difficult geographical terrain in some regions, access challenges, and a growing population, government will consider construction of hospitals in districts in a phased manner. Priority will be given to districts that deserve special attention because of their geographical location, like the island districts, Buvuma and Kalangala, and those with a high population greater than 300,000, Isingiro, Kakumiro, Kasanda, Chikube, Oyam, Buyende, Mayuge, Mpiji, Serere, Rukunjiri, Namutumba, Luka, Sembabule, Wakiso, Buko, and Buwenge. The estimated cost for construction and equipping is 70 billion per hospital. The total cost for 70 hospitals would be 5,180 billion. The recurrent cost, including wage, non-wage, recurrent medicines required per hospital per annum would be about 3.8 billion. So should government construct all the 74 general hospitals, this will translate into Uganda shillings 235.3 billion recurrent costs per annum. And Right Honorable Speaker, I have attached a table there which shows the cost of infrastructure, the cost of equipment, and the total cost for the 74 general hospitals, which is 5,180 billion, and subsequently the recurrent costs required to maintain the hospitals. Allow me to move to Health Center 4s. The ministry is committed to having a functional Health Center 4 in all the 353 constituencies. Currently, there are 167 public Health Center 4s in 161 constituencies. 6 constituencies, that is Bulisa, with Bulisa Health Center 4, Biso Health Center 4, Jinja North Division, Budondo and Bugembe Health Center 4s, Bubulo West, Bubulo and Bugobero Health Center 4s, Ntoroko, Karugutu and Rebisengo Health Center 4s, Ruchiga, Mparo and Kamwezi Health Center 4s, Rujumbura, where we have Bugangari and Buhunga Health Center 4s have 2 Health Center 4s each. Furthermore, 62 constituencies have hospitals, leaving 135 constituencies without health center 4s, and I have attached this as Annex 3. Most of the existing health center 4s have inadequate infrastructure and require upgrade to enable them function fully. The estimated cost for construction and equipping of a health center 4 is 13 billion Uganda shillings. The total cost for 135 health center 4s would be 1.755 trillion. The current operational cost, including wage, non-wage recurrent, and medicines required per health center 4 per annum is Uganda shillings 644 million. So should government construct all the 135 health center 4s, this would translate to Uganda shillings 86.9 billion per annum. Of note, staff restructuring is currently ongoing, and the costs for these facilities may also change accordingly. Construction of a health center 4 can be carried out in a phased manner based on population, geographical access, and availability of resources. And Right Honorable Speaker, I've provided a table 5 there, estimated cost for development and recurrent costs for 135 health center 4s, and I will now not go through the table. Sub-counties without health center 3s. Government policy is to have a health center 3 in every sub-county. Currently, there are 2,184 sub-counties, town councils, divisions, and of these, 1,202 have public health center 3s, 325 have PNFP health center 3s, while 982 sub-counties, town councils, divisions do not have health center 3s. A total of 331 health center 2s in sub-counties without health center 3s were targeted for upgrade to health center 3s in 2018. A total of 158 health center 2s were completed in financial year 2018-19 and 2019-20 under the Uganda Intergovernmental Physical Transfer Reform Program. And the remaining 173 are being upgraded in a phased manner under various programs like the UGIFT, AMCHIP, and Karamoja Infrastructure Development Project. Right Honorable Speaker, on construction and equipping health center 3s in sub-counties without any. Currently, there are 982 sub-counties and town councils without any health facility. Out of the 982 sub-counties, only 12 have been allocated funds under the UGIFT program this financial year, and 7 under the Karamoja Infrastructure Development Project Phase 2. There is therefore need to mobilize resources for the remaining 963 sub-counties. In May 2020, my ministry submitted a request to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for funding for the construction of 134 health center 3s in sub-counties without any health facility. We are still waiting for the response. The estimated cost for construction and equipping of a health center 3 is Uganda shillings 2.75 billion. Hence, the total cost for the remaining 963 health center 3s is 2.6 trillion. The Ministry of Health will continuously update the health facility inventory to capture newly upgraded health facilities and develop a comprehensive plan for upgrading and constructing new facilities. Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of staff houses, since 2015, more than 500 staff housing units have been put up at different hospitals and health centers. For the ongoing upgrades of the health center 2s to health center 3s and construction of health center 3s, 2 twin staff houses will be provided to ensure that the critical staff are accommodated and available at all times. There is need to provide accommodation for health workers in all health facilities in the country, as it promotes attraction and retention. Medical equipment. Right Honorable Speaker, most health facilities are functioning below expected standards due to lack of basic equipment and utilities. According to the findings of the 2018 National Service Availability and Readiness Assessment, conducted in 166 health facilities across the country, 18% of health facilities lacked a power source, 27% did not have improved water source. Mean availability of functional medical equipment was at 37%.
Honorable Macho, why don't you leave the minister finish with her report?
Madam Speaker, I rose on a point of procedure because Madam Minister is presenting while her colleagues in cabinet have totally boycotted to listen to her report. Because out of 84 ministers in Uganda, we have only almost 4 seated in the August House.
But we restricted a number of people to be in this, members to be in this house.
Most obliged.
And today, the issue is on health. We have an issue on health. I can see the ministers of health are here. We have an issue on security. I have seen security ministers are here. Internal affairs is here. So can we just finish the report?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm on the issue of X-rays on page 23. Up to 47% of hospitals do not have functional X-ray machines, and even those that have, greater than 70% are obsolete. With support from the Global Fund, the Ministry of Health procured and distributed digital X-ray machines to Kabong, Bududa, Kamuli, Katakwi, and Ruekubo Health Center 4 in Isingiro district. There is urgent need to procure X-ray machines for all the old and the new hospitals without. One digital X-ray machine costs 600 million. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Health plans to establish a mechanism for national, regional, and general hospitals to acquire automated equipment on placement basis, where government will only pay for reagents, while the vendors carry out maintenance and replacement of damaged and obsolete equipment. We believe that this will eliminate the current system where equipment is extremely expensive, breaks down, incurs huge maintenance costs, and causes too many interruptions in service delivery. Right Honorable Speaker, the Regional Equipment Maintenance Workshop, I will not go through it. I request members to read. You allow me to go to emergency medical services as it addresses the ambulance systems. Right Honorable Speaker, the establishment of a functional ambulance system is one of the top priorities of the ministry. Prior to COVID-19 pandemic, there were 178 ambulances across the country against an overall national need of 460 ambulances. As part of the response through the COVID-19 Preparedness and Response Plan, 120 additional ambulances were acquired through procurements by Government of Uganda, loans from the World Bank, development partners, and donations from Japan, India, China, and the business people. These have been deployed according to our policy of regional ambulance system. Under the regional ambulance system, 20 to 30 ambulances are managed under one call and dispatch center to ease coordination, maintenance, control, and accessibility. This will change the management of ambulances from being a health facility-based ambulance to a regionalized system. coordinated at the 14 regional call and dispatch centers, which are the regional hospitals. These will be responsible for fueling and maintenance of the ambulances. The first national ambulance station with a call center is currently near completion at Naguru National Emergency and Trauma Center, and the ministry is working with the Uganda Police and Uganda Communications Commission to functionalize the 911 medical emergency universal access number. The ministry has also established a highway road traffic accident response system with the Uganda Red Cross. In respect to capacity building, 860 lay first responders have been trained in Kampala and Masaka to respond to emergencies. 460 professional health workers have been trained in basic emergency care. Among these, 233 were in addition trained in providing care to COVID-19 patients while in transit. To strengthen the emergency medical service system, the Ministry of Health provided scholarships for training of emergency physicians and emergency medical technicians at Mbarara University, Makerere University, and Rubaga Health Training Institute. 5 emergency physicians have qualified and are ready for recruitment and deployment. However, we need the Ministry of Public Service to capture this in the structure. The Ministry of Health's plan is to have each regional ambulance coordination center responsible for 20 to 30 Type B basic life support emergency care ambulances, aiming at 1 Type B ambulance per 100,000 population. That is a constituency level. And 1 Type C, that is intensive care ambulance per 2 million population. 15 boat ambulances have been planned for the islands and 5 aero medical Type C ambulances in the long term. Those are the aeroplanes. Right Honorable Speaker, Table 6 shows the ambulance requirement and gap per region. And if you look at the regions, for example, Masaka region, which is number 2 on the table, number of local governments there are 10, population is over 2 million, the ambulances required would be 25. Type B, 20, Type C, 5. The new that we currently have are 10. What the gap that they require is 15. If I can pick another region, Fort Portal, local governments are 10, population is 3.3 million. They would require 34 ambulances in their region. Type B, 33, Type C, 1. Currently, the new ones they have are 3, the gap is 31. Right Honorable Speaker, I will not conclude the table. I will request members to go through. In 2019, an ambulance census was conducted and it established that there were 178 government ambulances and another 172 private ambulances from PNFPs, NGOs, and members of parliament. However, most of these did not meet the norms and standards of an ambulance. The 178 government ambulances will be phased off and replaced by the new Type B ambulances that meet the set standards of an ambulance. So based on this, and as seen in the table above, the Ministry of Health can report that the country has a gap of 340 ambulances. There are new hospitals that were upgraded to regional referrals after the strategy was developed. This is Kayunga and Yumbe. Mapping out of the catchment areas and preparations to set up call centers is ongoing, and the ambulance requirements will be communicated. The gap of the 340 ambulances include 315 Type B road ambulances, 20 Type C road and marine ambulances, and 5 Type C aeromedical ambulances. Other areas that need to be addressed include inadequate operational funds for ambulance response, inadequate skilled human resource for emergency and critical care, and establishment of the 14 regional call and dispatch centers. Right Honorable Speaker, each Type B ambulance costs 280 million. Therefore, a total of Uganda shillings 88.2 billion will be required to procure them. And additional Uganda shillings 11.4 billion will be required to procure the 20 Type C road ambulances. The 5 Type C aeromedical ambulances, the costs are being worked out. We further submitted a cost of Uganda shillings 3.4 billion to Ministry of Finance for setting up 1 national and 2 regional call and dispatch centers to start. We are still waiting. Table 7 gives you a summary of the estimated ambulance needs in the country by service area and region. And Right Honorable Speaker, in the interest of time, I will not go through it. Page 30 is on human resources. The staffing norms in the public sector was established in 1995, revised in 2006, and are not adequate to effectively respond to service needs, which have changed due to rapid population growth and changing disease burden. Overall, the staffing level in the public health facilities is at 65%. And I have provided a table there which gives the number of facilities, the established norms, the filled positions, the gaps, and the vacancy rates. Right Honorable Speaker, Ministry of Finance provided additional 40 billion for primary health care wage grant to the local governments in this financial year 2021-2022, which will enable recruitment of up to 2,500 health workers. This has been allocated as follows: 27 billion for recruitment of health workers in the least staffed health facilities to uplift staffing to an average of 75% of the staffing norms. 10.6 billion for recruitment of health workers in the newly upgraded Health Center 3s. Each upgraded Health Center 3 is expected to recruit a minimum of 10 additional health workers. Furthermore, 2.3 billion has been allocated for recruitment of health workers in 15 refugee-serving health facilities that have been transitioned into government facilities. These health facilities are expected to recruit up to 100% of the staffing norms. In financial year 2018-19, government increased salaries for medical personnel, and this attracted and motivated some health workers, though there are still challenges in attracting specialists. I've provided a table there showing the salary enhancement for health workers effected in 2018-19. It is still far below the proposed enhancement to attract and retain health workers in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, I request that I don't go through the table. Page 32, whereas there are improvements in staffing levels, there are still shortages in critical cadres, such as doctors at 51%, anesthetic officers at only 30%, dispensers at 44%, pharmacists 50%, theatre staff at 32%. The cadre in the public sector with the largest numbers of unfilled vacancies of all health workers are the medical specialists, and in particular, the physicians, that is internal medicine, community medicine, anesthesia, and orthopedic surgery. The proportion of unfilled vacancies for specialized and super specialized cadres in the public sector is at 70%. The health workforce requirement for the public sector has been projected based on the current norms, and I have provided it in Annex 10. There is a table there that gives the cadre specialty, the numbers in post, estimated 5-year gap, and what we need to do up to 2025 for us to fill in the positions. Right Honorable Speaker, training on page 34. The Ministry of Health has a costed 10-year health sector training plan for 2021 to 2030, which is not adequately funded. Over the last 4 years, the ministry has awarded several scholarships. A total of 721 scholarships were awarded to health workers under the AMCHIP project, 39 for Bachelor of Anesthesia, because that was the cadre least in supply, 29 for Bachelor in Biomedical Engineering, 101 for Diploma in Anesthesia, and 173 for Certificate in Theatre Techniques, among others. 183 students were sponsored to pursue different courses in cancer-related disciplines, including 14 specialist oncology fellowships and 10 PhDs. Mulago Specialized Women Hospital was allocated 500 million for training of embryologists and neonatologists so that we can functionalize in vitro fertilization services. This financial year, the ministry has allocated 403 million for scholarships to facilitate training of critical cadres targeting 10 anesthesiologists, 12 intensivists, 400 critical care nurses and other cadres in the country. The Ministry of Health offers scholarships for training of specialists annually, and on average, 20 specialists are awarded scholarships annually. However, it is important to note that the above numbers remain very few compared to the country needs. It is therefore imperative that more resources are committed to train specialists in the subsequent years. Right Honorable Speaker, with your permission, allow me to jump the issue of reducing absenteeism and negligence of duty, and I move to pharmaceutical services and health commodities. On page 36. Government has been gradually increasing the budget allocation for essential medicines over the last 5 financial years, from Uganda shillings 219 billion in financial year 2015-16 to Uganda shillings 387 billion in financial year 2019-20. There is still a chronic shortage of laboratory reagents, supplies and equipment for all hospitals and health centers, and a high dependency on donor funding for management of HIV/AIDS and TB. The available government of Uganda funding for essential medicines and health supplies is Uganda shillings 9,285 per capita, of which 36% is for antiretroviral drugs. This is far below the recommended US dollars 12, Uganda shillings 44,000 per capita. Development partners contribute up to 64% of the funding for medicines, and this is mainly for antiretroviral drugs, for HIV, HIV testing kits, TB drugs, antimalarials, and reproductive health commodities. The projected funding gap for essential medicines and health supplies over the period 2020 to 2025 is US dollars 1,851,000, or Uganda shillings 5.7 trillion. There is urgent need to increase government funding for medicines and health supplies. Beginning financial year 2018-19, a medicines credit line was established at the joint medical stores for private not-for-profit health facilities. This constitutes 50% of the primary health care grant subvention to the PNFP health facilities, and has increased from Uganda shilling 7.4 billion in financial year 2018-19 to 14 billion in 2019-2020, and it has gone a long way in improving service delivery in the PNFP subsector. To improve storage of medicines, 19 medicine stores were constructed in districts that did not have. and these were Ntoroko, Zombo, Nakaseke, Buikwe, Luka, Palisa, Serere, Napak, Nakapiripirit, Bukwo, Aleptong, Agago, Luengo, Liantonde, Isingiro, Buheju, Shema, Rubirizi, and Bulisa, with support from Gavi. In addition, the National Medical Stores is constructing a new warehouse with a drive-in vaccine store at Kajansi, with support from the Global Fund and Gavi, and locally generated revenue. This will increase the capacity of pallet positions from the current 8,000 to 20,000. To curb loss and wastages of medicines, the National Medical Stores introduced the last mile delivery of medicines, which are witnessed by the GISO, representatives of the Health Unit Management Committee, internal auditor, and Health Unit in charge. In addition, the community has been sensitized on the embossment of medicines to check on theft and discourage pilferage. The ministry is also scaling up the e-logistics management information system at health facility level to enhance traceability and accountability of essential medicines and health supplies. This will be linked with the enterprise resource planning system of the National Medical Stores. Right Honorable Speaker, I request that I jump the section on disease surveillance and epidemic control, but without forgetting to say that the major challenge affecting control of epidemics is lack of a dedicated budget line. All epidemics are managed through requests for supplementary funding, which has a lengthy process and impairs timely planning. And we have all witnessed this during this COVID season. Laboratory services. The health sector has fairly adequate laboratory infrastructure from national to health center 3 level. However, challenges of human resources, equipment, and supplies still exist. At the national level, there are 3 major specialized reference laboratories. We have the National Public Health Laboratories at Butavika, the National Tuberculosis Reference Laboratory, and the Uganda Virus Research Institute Laboratory. To improve efficiency, the ministry selected 100 laboratories strategically located throughout the country and designated them as hubs. A transport system was designed around the hubs to collect samples from different health facilities and deliver them to the hubs for testing and remission of results through the same system. This is the system that has been supporting the country. However, the sector will require 62 billion for laboratory equipment and Uganda shillings 258 billion annually to avert the chronic shortage of laboratory reagents, supplies, and equipment for all health, for hospitals and health facilities. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I would like to conclude by reiterating the major challenges in the health sector. And these are the shortage of critical cadres, the specialists, anesthetic officers, dispensers, pharmacists, and theater staff, inadequate financing to the sector, the increase in number of local governments which necessitates additional funding for setting up infrastructure and functional district health management system, dilapidated health infrastructure that requires refurbishment and re-equipping, inadequate medical equipment at all levels of care with low maintenance capacity and inadequate funding for the regional equipment maintenance workshops, lack of proper imaging equipments like the CT scans, MRIs, X-rays, and ultrasound machines. A number of districts and constituencies do not have hospitals and health center force to improve access to comprehensive emergency obstetric and neonatal care services. And furthermore, the existing health center force are not fully functional due to poor or inadequate health infrastructure. There is lack of adequate staff accommodation and inadequate funding for establishment of the National Ambulance Service System. There is need to strengthen community health extension workforce at the village health level as frontline teams for community health. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honourable Minister of Health, for the comprehensive report. And it is also good that you're bringing this report at a budgeting time, that we should be able to capture a number of these things that have been captured. And we appreciate, we know all the challenges that you're going through. So it is this time that we need to ensure that we capture the challenges, make a budgetary provision for them, and we have the health sector improved. Members, you've heard the report. Anything that you have to say? Appendusi?
Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to begin by thanking very sincerely the Honourable Minister for giving a detailed but also a very honest report to this Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, in the report, the Honourable Minister touches on many things, but I would like to just touch on two things. She talked about the staffing level. And I would like to give the example of Gulu Regional Referral Hospital, where the Regional Referral Hospital is supposed to have 4 consultants and there is none. The Regional Referral Hospital is supposed to have 4 senior consultants and there is none. It's supposed to have 14 consultants and there is none. And it goes on. And this is not just only Gulu, but runs across the country. But there is even a bigger problem. When you look at what the Honourable Minister states in the report, is that right now the senior consultants are paid at about 7.3 million shilling. Government is failing to attract these senior consultants because when you look at how other institutions are paying them, it's different. When you look at the example of universities, universities pay senior consultants at about 17 million shilling. And then at the regional referral level or at the ministry's level, they are paid 7.3 million shilling, a difference of almost 10 million. And so it becomes extremely difficult to attract, recruit, and retain such cadres. My suggestion, Right Honourable Speaker, is that maybe the ministry needs to look at the possibility of even recruiting these consultants, if it is extremely expensive, to deploy them in all the regional referral hospitals. Maybe you can employ one that can serve Gulu Regional Referral Hospital and Lira, and then you employ another one for West Nile, but places like Karamoja and all that can have one each. That can take us a long way. Secondly, and finally, Right Honourable Speaker, there is even a much bigger problem in as far as mental health is concerned. Right now, as I talk, the mental health doctors or psychiatrists that we have in this country, they're not more than 50. Actually, when you look at the ratio, it's like 1 psychiatrist is serving 1 million Ugandans. And I think that's not fair. But also when you look at the level of funding, the amount of money that is being given to mental health component is just about 1% of the total budget of the health sector. I think it's important that this Parliament gives what it takes for the Minister of Health to perform satisfactorily and continue serving lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give it 2 minutes each. Your neighbor. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I would like to take the opportunity to appreciate the Minister for the good statement. However, on page 17, I have a concern, where she mentions some of the districts with geographical discomfort
and she mentions Vuvuma and Kalangala among the islands. I want to bring to the attention of the minister that Namaingo is also among those districts with the islands. Also we have Dollar Island, where we don't have a health center 3. It was recently upgraded from health center 2 to health center 3, but with no equipment, no staffing, no beddings. Even the medicine taken there is for health center 2. So if we leave out Namaingo on getting a district hospital, it will be unfair. We have different islands, and those people need your service. So it is my request that as you plan out for the district hospitals, you should not ignore Namaingo, for we are in a hard-to-reach, bordering Tanzania and even Kenya, and with the islands very distant from one another. So, Right Honorable Speaker, it's my humble request that this House considers Namaingo for getting a district hospital.
Margaret, that will be captured. That's the woman MP of Namaingo, and is also in the island. I want the lady behind, not you, Sylvia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Taka Agnes, woman MP Bujiri. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister for the status report. But Right Honorable, I wish there were more words to describe the status of the hospitals in this country. Madam Speaker, the hospital of Bujiri, when you reach there, you actually get more sick. And we have got the report, but how I wish the minister would maybe give us a plan showing how they are going to renovate those hospitals or expand year after year. But the report, the status is as it is, and every time the budget comes, it will come as unfunded priorities. Renovation of hospital. Madam Speaker, we are dying, we are bleeding. The hospital is along the way to Busia, receiving accident victims from time to time. There are no toilets. The theater is in very bad state, Madam Speaker. Right Honorable, maybe I just need to kneel down and beg this government to come and renovate the hospital in Bujiri. Please give us money, honorable colleagues. Support us and give us money for that hospital. Right Honorable, please consider the people of Bujiri. The hospital is surrounded by districts without general hospitals. Bugweri, Namutumba, Namayingo, Busia, they don't have hospitals. District that receive people from all the districts of Uganda. Whenever there is any insurgence, people run to Bujiri, and all tribes are there. Right Honorable, why doesn't government look at Bujiri and renovate that?
Members, the state of the hospitals is bad. All of them. Even the minister herself is lamenting. Talk about Lira Hospital. Lira Hospital. Our hospital at Tuturi. Talk about Busole. Talk about Bugiri. Talk about Kiriadongo. All the hospitals are in bad need. Now, members, why we raised this issue is not for us to continue lamenting. Let's look at what is the solution. What is the solution?
Better budget.
What are we going to do as a parliament?
Better budget.
It is something that we know. By the way, it is also bad manners for you to stand when the speaker is speaking. It is something that we appreciate, all of us. Then maybe the 10th or 15th Minister of Health, we cannot put a blame on her. But this is the house that does appropriation. Why don't we say we are not passing this budget without having this money for health? Now that we have figures, each of us knows what our hospitals need. Why don't we support health ministry and say we need this kind of thing? And I want you, whoever is standing, to speak. I really felt bad for Agnes because I know what she means. Mine is even worse. Me, I don't even have a district hospital. But I cannot kneel, but what we need to do, let's come up with a solution. And whoever is going to speak must speak with a solution. Yes. Members, are we together?
Yes.
And whatever has been said, let's not repeat.
Clarification. Clarification first, Madam Speaker.
When you bring those things of clarifications,
yes, it's going through so much.
Let's talk, how do we improve on the health center? Nyakato.
Thank you.
I am coming down.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, whereas we appreciate the statement of the Minister, I also want to put to our notice that Hoima district doesn't have a district hospital. We do survive on a referral hospital, which was established way back in 1935. Right Honorable Speaker, in the statement of the Minister, I did expect her to also tell us when the isolation centers are going to be established in all the district hospitals. Right Honorable Speaker, a month back, in Hoima Referral Hospital, a mentally disturbed man aged 35 did fall in a lagoon of the hospital and he died from there because the previous isolation center for the mentally disturbed was given out to the COVID-19 response team. Right Honorable Speaker, Hoima being a central place and an oil city for in fact, in the entire East African region, I do propose and also request the Minister to think about the people of Hoima, Hoima city, in as far as establishing information granted, Mr.
I'm not giving information because you're speaking for Hoima.
Right.
Next.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much. The Minister in her statement raises a need of 8 billion shillings in order to have CT scans fixed. We have a supplementary budget proposal in this House. I move that the executive do present us an addendum to the supplementary and we provide for the 8 billion shillings to have CT scans fixed in the regional referral hospital. Given that money was appropriated by this very parliament and Ugandans, even members of parliament here, almost lost their life due to lack of ICT scans in the regional referral hospital. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I move that this parliament appropriated money for ICU units and Soroti Regional Referral Hospital as a ready structure on key and lock, and I move that the Minister of Health provides Soroti Regional Referral Hospital with the ICU units, that as it is emerging that there are no technical persons to manage and maintain ICU equipments, would the minister consider to recruit and provide the technical persons also to manage? I think.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Geoffrey Kayemba Soro, representing Bukoma Nsimbi South. Now, in Greater Masaka, which has 90 districts, we have only one hospital, government hospital. Place like Bukoma Nsimbi, which is near Karungu and Sembabule, we have only one health center for. So my proposal is, why don't we upgrade these health center force to hospitals to help nearby people and the nearby population? Secondly, I propose also more payments to these health workers so that they can be more committed and work for the good of our people. I beg to submit.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm Kakande Juliet, a woman member of Parliament, Masaka City. Right Honorable Speaker, as a house, we should remember that Uganda is one of the signatories of the 2001 Abuja Declaration, which obligates the government at least to allocate at least 15% of its budget to the health sector. Right Honorable Speaker, much as COVID is bad to us, but at least it has made us to know that 9.8% out of our budget can be allocated to the health sector, as compared to 5.7%, which was there before the outbreak of the pandemic. That was the financial year 2018 to 2019. Right Honorable Speaker, when you consider the challenges being spelled out by the minister, you could find out that we have the problem as far as funding is concerned. Right Honorable Speaker, let's take an example of the regional referral hospitals. Normally, they get the drugs in every after 2 months. But by the end of the first month, you find the drugs being used up and the people start suffering. Because all of that, I think it should be the duty right off from the ministry and the budgetary committee and the whole house to accept that at least by the next financial year, let us uplift the budget to the final.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Start with the behind.
Let me thank her first. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I still thank the Minister for her report. I'm Matov Charles, Member of Parliament representing Busiro South constituency. I might have not heard the Minister talk about Rubowa Hospital. And with that, I would request the Minister to upgrade the Kajansi Health Center 4 Hospital. Reasons: we've had several road carnages along Entebbe Express Highway and Entebbe Road, and most of the affected victims cannot be treated anywhere nearby. So we request that Kajansi Health Center 4 be upgraded to a regional hospital. Secondly, I have an island which is Busi sub-county, and this island has several other sub-islands. Madam Speaker, the people in Busi, the people that I represent, suffered a lot during the COVID pandemic. They were granted no access to nearby hospitals, and I request the Minister to also look into upgrading that health facility in Busi to Health Center 4, because we had... Allow me a second, Madam Speaker.
Members, how I wish we could debate a solution in general. Let's look at solutions in general, not look at a hospital in Bukedea.
Correct.
Look at the hospital. We are leaders of the people of Uganda. But when we start personalizing this, then we are at a loss. Let's now look. Let's say, if it is an issue of a budgetary aspect, let's increase on the budget, like what Masakad said, we increase, say, 15% of the budget should go to hospitals, such that these hospital issues will be solved at once, not looking at a hospital, a dispensary, a village hospital. It should be something in general.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For the record, I'm Ronald Evanis Kanyike, Member of Parliament for Bukoto East, Masaka District. The solution I can bring on the table is that there must be goodwill as far as budget allocation is concerned. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, you may witness that we have witnessed many supplementary budgets going to the State House and security, leaving the Ministry of Health aside. There must be goodwill in this country so that the hospitals and the health department.
Since you came here, how many supplementary budget have you approved for State House? How many?
2 of them.
There is no supplementary budget approved here. Talk about hospitals. What should we do to the hospital?
Thank you.
Let's be.
Much obliged, Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. The solution I'm bringing on the table is the expenses given to the State House and the security. They must be cut and
Kasese.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Kabo Florence, Woman Representative, Kasese District. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the Minister for Health for presenting a very good report. And Right Honorable Speaker, you excuse me a little bit. When we talk about the hospitals in our districts, we are worried that even if we say the budget is increased, other hospitals that have not been in this report may be left out. For example, Kilembe Hospital was swept away by the floods of River Nyamwamba. I've not heard about it. I pray that that also be put into consideration when we are talking about hospitals, if the budget is increased. Secondly, Rukoki Health Center 3 had its theater burnt down. This health center serves about 6 sub-counties, and people are suffering. Those 6 sub-counties are hard-to-reach areas. So coming from the hills to Kasese town is really a bad experience. So I pray that these hospitals also be captured in the report if the budget is increased. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Santa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank the Minister for her elaborate report about health status. But Madam Speaker, I got very surprised, and I had expected that the Minister of Health would include the issues of nodding disease syndrome in our report. This is not the first time the issue of nodding disease come out. The nodding disease has affected children in 3 districts: Umoro, Pade, and Kitgum. and part of Lira. When I went to the north recently with the leader of oppositions, the parents of these children asked us this question. What they want to know is the report of the sample which was taken from their children, including the report which was taken, the sample which was taken from the dead ones. The disease is not called nodding disease. We call it nodding syndrome because of the action that it does on the victim. As I talk, Madam Speaker, we have got about 5,000 children in Pade, Kitgum, and possibly tomorrow, over 5,000 who are going to perish because of this disease. We want to know what caused it. We want to know the name of the disease. The parents told us to come and ask government. It is from this that
Okori,
please, let me. It is from this, Madam Speaker, that I would want to appeal to the Minister of Health and Government that but the district be given a hospital. But the district has got only one health center which serves 24 sub-counties. And we have these categories of children with us. I can see the minister shaking the head, but we have got this problem at the district. I want to thank them, the ministry, because the health center which we have has got a good laboratory. It has got a good theater. It has got a good maternity, but it has got the worst ward. The ward is shared male and female. During campaign, a woman asked me that, Santa, if you are a mother-in-law admitted in that ward and you are in the opposite direction, maybe your son-in-law is too badly off that he cannot put on his pants. What do you do? This is what they told me. So that is the state where Pade is. So I want to appeal to the minister that since this health center 4 is already at that level, it is Pajule Health Center 4, it takes not much money to elevate it to a district hospital so that it can help save these children of ours who are groaning with this kind of disease. I want to beg you, Honorable Minister, to consider this seriously. Thank you.
Procedure on what?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. I'm Abeja Susan Jolly, Woman Representative of Tuke District. My concern to my issue of population considerations. I'm humbly requesting you, Honorable Minister, that we are here sent by our representatives, and we are from districts. It is so touching when our people there are watching and they hear you announce constructions in other districts and you don't pronounce other districts to be considered. And you even said that other sub-counties which are highly populated are going to be given like 2 health centers. We would request that since the NRM manifesto talks of constructing a district hospital, please let each and every district get a district hospital. Then too, we have our other sub-counties, our other health centers, which are being inconvenienced by other sub-counties. A case in point, there is a health center 3 called Okwang. All the surrounding sub-counties or parishes come to our sub-county to get health assistance. So if it is possible, help us and upgrade also Okwang Health Center 3 to Health Center 4, because it is surrounded by very many sub-counties. Thank you.
there is an issue of a manifesto versus funding. Let's look at the issue. You are the ones who give out money. Why don't you give out money for these hospitals? Yes. Jennifer? Apollo? Charity?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Minister for the statement, and I particularly thank her ministry and the government for the efforts they are putting, especially in curbing the COVID-19 in the country. Right Honourable Speaker and members, Minister of Health has put a lot of measures and vigilance on COVID-19. How I wish you had put it more on other related diseases, especially on primary health care. The country would do better. Right Honourable Speaker, I would also have loved to see the Minister presenting to us the performance vis-a-vis the targets, because I'm sure the Ministry had the targets vis-a-vis the performance indicators, would be happy in that way. Honourable members, we have seen the figures. I request that when the supplementaries come for Minister of Health, we all support. However, previously, we have been passing these supplementaries, but the ministry sometimes, I think, takes us for granted. Some of us who are from the hard-to-reach areas, we really don't have services. And Right Honourable Speaker, the services in this sector are still horrible. We shouldn't be hoodwinked that we are doing well. When you look at the general medical services as perceived in the country, we are still very far from the chain of a good health system. In other words, Madam Minister, we need to put on a lot of efforts. As Parliament, we shall give you the money, but please.
Members, as we plan to give money to the Minister of Health, we must also do our oversight role. It's not just giving money and it ends up with other people.
Yes.
So once the money is given, you members of Parliament must do your oversight role and make sure the money does the right thing, and then there's deliverable. Apollo?
One last one, Honourable Speaker. There is only one burning issue, Right Honourable Speaker, which I want the House to see. Right now, we have noted that PPDA rules have been PPDA rules are now not going to work. We are going to use our own Ministry of Defence to work on these hospitals.
Right Honourable Speaker, I don't know whether we continue to proceed well when you call a member to speak and another member insists on the microphone. It takes away the sanity of this Parliament, Right Honourable Speaker. I don't know whether we're proceeding well.
I saw you standing, you also finished yours before. Yes. No, I was calling Apollo Masila, not Apollo.
So I continue. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Let him finish, then he will come to Masila.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, that you've given me this opportunity. I want to thank the Honourable Minister for her elaborate statement. She's clearly very honest and open. But I really would want us as Parliament and as a country to re-examine our priorities. When you look at the figures that Honourable Minister is telling us they are lacking, Right Honourable Speaker, if you compare them with 1.4 trillion which government guaranteed recently in Urubowa, and the hospital is still in its foundation, and there is no hope and no clear roadmap to it, I think it is high time as Parliament we stand up to the occasion and put forward these issues and request the Minister concerned to come with a statement. Right Honourable Speaker, when you reach in that place, they tell you no one can touch. So we're supposed to touch when it is government money and spent to help Ugandans improve their health. Right Honourable Speaker, finally, Right Honourable Speaker, I think we need to look, we are concentrating, of course, which is good, on the conventional methods of health, treatment, diagnosis, and the rest. I also want to put it to the Minister that we have serious challenges in the health sector. There are many upcoming and regulated things that are affecting our health, the health of our people. A lot of drinks being advertised all over the radio. Men are being told that when you take it, you become like a horse, you can ride through a building.
Information.
And in the long run,
Information.
I think as a country, Right Honourable Speaker, Ministry of Health needs to examine the long impact of these drinks, or else our people will perish because they have a long-term effect in terms of affecting their health. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Masila.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Just on a point of correction, Madam Speaker, I am Musila John, the Rastaman.
They are the same.
And I'm very comfortable if I'm called that way. Muguro East. Madam Speaker, I wish to also join other members to thank the Minister, Honourable Acheng, for her very elaborate report. But I think it is the presentation, the calm way she does it, the innocent posture is what sank into us very heavily. No, please just give me. Madam Speaker, protect me. Madam Speaker,
members leave John.
Even then, there are about two issues which I wanted to learn from the Minister. And it is about the mental health in this country. Mental health, insanity, the psychiatric problems. As the population increases, as we have so many stresses of life, maybe me or another person can mentally deteriorate. Now, I've not heard from her statement how many regional referral hospitals she has planned for. Because even at national level, I think we have only Butabika. That is it. And yet we have so many there is a report, Madam Speaker, which cites Busoga and particularly Jinja to be having the biggest number of madmen and women, by the way. So therefore, as the country grows in the population, as we go out to vote I wish, Madam Speaker, as I end, that we should pertinently have a vote and have either regional mental hospitals or another national mental referral hospital. I thank you.
That's a maiden speech. Charity.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I wish to thank the Minister for the health status report. However, I would like to inform the House that wherever there are UPDF formations, barracks, we treat the civilians that live in our neighborhood from the resources, the minimal resources that are provided by Ministry of Defense. So I wish to request the Minister that UPDF be accorded a status maybe of a health district, or the status that befits it, so that we can be able to do the work. Number two, we are building a military hospital, so I also request that if it could be captured for support, well, it will be for the military, but it can be utilized by the general public. So if the ministry could capture it in the national budgeting, it could benefit many people. Then we also have an orthopedic center in Mubende. If the ministry could also capture it, support it, it would help also the general public. I thank you, Right Honorable
Minister, are you getting what Charity is talking? Dr. Nekesa?
Clarification, Madam Speaker.
Dr. Nekesa? Dr. Nekesa?
Thank you, Right Honorable, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity. In addition to what Honorable Charity has said, because I'm addressing this because I'm talking as now a doctor, not military, not necessarily military. We have members of parliament, we have issues where there are crises in health, usually. Talk of the COVID past crisis and that's on running and others come on and then they call on the UPDF medical staff personnel to take the lead. They are the vanguard, but the opportunities in terms of facilitation are not as good as maybe for the civilian counterparts, as well as not considered in the other offers by the ministry. So therefore, I call upon the Ministry of Health and our dear Minister to consider UPDF or the Parliament to consider the UPDF staff when they are giving in that, because they do a lot of crisis management for Uganda. Thank you.
By the way, like what Dr. Nekesa is saying, when you look at the COVID ward, it's managed by Dr. Chove. Is Kano Chove, and he's doing a very, very good job. We really must appreciate that gentleman. I don't know him, but when you call him, he's there 24/7. We must appreciate UPDF for the effort you've really put in, especially in this time of COVID. Bua.
Clarification, Madam Speaker.
Bua Achon Faith. Then.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. For the record, my name is Julius Achon, Member of Parliament of Otuka East. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Minister Mama Corona. I'm talking on the behalf of the general country. Honorable Minister, I know as we upgrade this health center across the country, we expand, we build more. Most of this country, the challenge we have mortuaries for the dead. Mortuaries. This is one of the things which we should take it very serious. The reason why I say this, in the whole of Lang region, I think we have about 2, which everything when somebody die, they have to rush immediately, but also having a challenge for the ambulance. This is one of the big things. Honorable Minister, one of the things also I would add on to this, as we build all these health centers, let us try to fence them, because there's land grabbers in all these health centers which are built. For example, one of the health center 4 in our district, Otuke, the land's already been grabbed with many people because it's wide open. So it's the same challenge across the country, not at Otuke. Thirdly, this health center lack clean water or running waters, such as boreholes. I would request, as we build this health center, let the boreholes be drilled into this health center. Thank you very much. It's gone.
Nakut.
Right,
Enos.
Right, Honorable Speaker. It's unfortunate I didn't get opportunity to speak when we were discussing about my children. Your office is aware that there is a motion in its way.
There is a motion coming on the children in the streets.
So let the members not assume that this issue is going to be repeated, because it hasn't received the attention it deserves for our children who are enslaved in begging. On health, Right Honorable Speaker, the PNFPs that are going to be excluded from the plan the 15 districts because PNFP hospitals exist in those districts. I think, Right Honourable Speaker, it is unfair that we exclude them from the plan. 15 districts, because PNFP hospitals exist in them, even though they receive the PHC grant, it is not adequate to run the health system. Right Honourable Speaker, I met a man who had been referred from a PHC hospital because he needed money for an operation, for his stomach to be tied. He had been wounded by a bullet and his intestines were out. He was carrying his intestines, looking for money to go for an operation because there is no hospital that government has in the place so that that man, people of that kind, can be helped at no fee. So if we are relegating our responsibility to PNFP hospitals, let's give the PNFP hospitals the required funding to match the funding we give the government hospitals. I have visited Nyapea Hospital. They've received less than a half of what other PNFP hospitals receive. Their health workers were working without any protection during the season of COVID. So if we want PNFP hospitals to serve our people, and we are saying, yes, they're doing a good service, let's match, including funding
Thank you,
for
Madam
human
Speaker.
resource.
Enos, then at the corner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Honourable Minister for the very detailed report on our health sector. Madam Speaker, when you look at what she has presented, the problem is purely financing. Let's deal with the financing, and the only way to deal with the finances, one, is either we go for the national insurance bill to be resolved here, or we change our priorities, just like we did in the road sector, like we did with UPDF and other sectors of our country. Let's deal with that. Then we shall have a solution to the medical sector. Number two, Madam, I would like the Honourable Minister to help us with the little resources you have, expedite on the health management system. That will solve the issue of the turnaround time of processing the orders from the hospitals. That will save on the losses that we are making from theft of government drugs. That will also help us in saving time in dealing with the patients. Lastly, Madam Speaker, yesterday you had promised to give us an update on the vaccines that you have and when you intend to roll out the campaign. Actually, on that note, Madam Speaker, my simple request or prayer would be that if you can give us 1 week as Parliament, we go back to our constituencies, we push the campaign to have the vaccination done within the shortest time possible so that the President can be convinced to open the economy fully as he had promised in January. Those are my few considerations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Is that Sarah?
Yes, Najuma Nakaseke. Thank you, Right
Sarah,
Honourable Speaker.
Can you stand up?
I'm standing, but I'm just short. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I take this opportunity to thank the Minister for her elaborative report. But when I look at page 11, table 2, about the regional hospitals that are going to be upgraded to regional referral, Honourable Speaker, I'm surprised that Nakaske is not there. It has been an issue and the Minister is also aware. Nakaske Hospital treats people from all the neighboring districts like Nakasongola, Chankwanzi, Chiboga, Luwero, Wakiso. I'm sure we have the catchment population. Then on the issue of renovation, I thank the government. Nakaske Hospital was renovated, partially renovated, but the old block was not renovated, I think since the war. Then also the staff quarters are in a very sorry state. I request the Minister take note of that. Then I think in 10th Parliament, Honourable Speaker, I raised an issue here about national medical stores. I think something must be done about the medicines that are given to hospitals. Sometimes we get shortage. Sometimes national medical stores gives out medicine that is not requested by the hospital. I think if possible, national medical stores, since we have regional offices for Umeme, for for works, something must be done on national medical stores. If they can have regional stores or regional offices where we can submit our concerns. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Can I find out, Honorable Minister, who does the purchase for medicines for national medical stores? Who does the procurement?
National Medical Stores does the procurement of medicines and distribution. Right Honorable Speaker, I request that members go back and look at the budget. Instead of blaming NMS, look at the budget. And I did give you the budget per capita. 9,000 shillings per capita. I request members to look at that.
That's not enough, of course. But of course, the other thing is
information.
National Medical Stores is saying the money that was supposed to be used for buying medicines was taken to health, to your vote. So go and look at it. Go and look at it. It's not for now.
Thank you, right.
Go and look at it. And I would also suggest maybe you need to have a management information system that will help you in monitoring the operations of all the hospitals. You connect it to all the hospitals that you're able to monitor the medicines that are delivered, the efficiency of the doctors and nurses, and you're able to understand what is happening in all the hospitals in one center. It would really help you.
Right Honorable, I mentioned it. It is available. It needs funding.
So, yes, procedure. Procedure from Solomon.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Solomon.
I was the first to raise the procedure.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner of Parliament. Thank you, Gilbert.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a procedure matter and under Rule 81 of our Rules of Procedure, and his motion for closure of debate. Right Honorable Speaker, when you read Rule 81 with Rule 52, Right Honorable Speaker, you have been generous that you have given us, because when you read 52.2, a statement made by a minister may be debated, provided such a debate does not exceed 1 hour. Right Honorable Speaker, you have been very generous in this debate, and you have given us over 1 hour and 20 minutes. I therefore rise, Right Honorable Speaker, under Rule 81.
He's on a procedure. You're putting him on order.
Right Honorable Speaker, I therefore rise under Rule 81.
Patrick,
to move
he's
a
on
motion
procedure.
That, Right Honorable Speaker, we close this debate because members are starting to repeat what they have already talked about. And we have agreed that the priority is the budget that needs to be tackled, and the minister needs to be supported so that the issue of health is sorted out in the country. Right Honorable Speaker, therefore, would it be procedurally right?
Members.
Could I be protected, Right Honorable Speaker? Let's have...
Members. When I see senior members of Parliament behave the way you're behaving, I start feeling shy. The member has a right. And it would be to the best interest of even Honorable Shabe, because you have a motion coming up. It is to your interest. What we are saying, whatever is being raised, is all surrounding around money, 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 money. Now, if we are discussing about how to improve the health center, it's all about funding. It's all about management. And that's what we have gotten to accept. The funding, we need the policies. We need the management information system to monitor. Now, instead of us releasing that and going to the next item, we are saying order, order, order. You made these rules yourself. Actually, Ms. Honorable Shabe, you are part of these rules.
Speaker, Honorable Sirwanyi is also a senior member of Parliament, and he knows very well that if you're to move a motion, you call for motion. But he moved on a procedural matter, which is different. That's why I was putting him to order, so that he moves it properly according to the rules. Thank you.
Thank you. He moved a procedural matter for guidance. Which guidance I gave him? I gave him the guidance. Now I'm seeking, is there a secondment to his motion? Now I'm looking for a secondment to his motion.
Right Honorable, now I beg, since you have given me the guidance to go ahead to move the motion, I now move a motion, Right Honorable Speaker, that we end this debate under Rule 81, and then we move to another thing, Right Honorable Speaker. If the motion is seconded, then...
Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Dan Kimasho, by a...
Not seconded. We still
Members?
have issues. We still have issues on health, some are policy issues.
Honorable Minister, can you respond to some of the issues that have been raised? The way you start shouting in a microphone like you're...
Keep it. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I appreciate that this is a delicate issue because it concerns life. Allow me to clarify on a few issues. Number one, I did not say that some districts will not get a hospital. I said all districts will get a hospital. However, I clarified that there are some that already have PNFPs. They could be using that as we build others in those that do not have. And I also clarified that there are those that are extremely disadvantaged, like islands. So my sister from Otuka, I did not say you will not get a hospital. I said all districts will get, even those that have PNFP hospitals. Right Honorable Speaker, currently, mental health hospitals are in all regional referrals. The challenge are human resources, and yes, it is true, some are being used as COVID hospitals. The UPDF, we have tried so much to support Bombo Hospital. In my report, Bombo is getting a CT scan, it is getting an oxygen plant. We have been putting their equipment to support the UPDF, but we take note that much more is needed. The staff that you provide are very, very valuable to us. I will speak with you outside here in regards to them. Right Honorable Speaker, on the nodding disease, we did provide a report. We traveled to Acholi sub-region with my sister Honorable Sarah, who was a minister at that time. We provided a report of all the samples, the researches done. We told them the cause, spraying was done, river dosing is ongoing. What is needed now is rehabilitation, which is not a medical issue because they have the medicines. So I request that you go back and clarify that issue. Right Honorable Speaker, we cannot build isolation facilities in all hospitals. It is not required because you can not know where an outbreak will take place. Right Honorable Speaker, the National Health Insurance Bill was returned to us. It is being considered and we shall bring it back. On page 11, I did not say we are upgrading regional referrals. Regional referrals are per region, and I mentioned the regions that are stressed that will need to be considered. Right Honorable Speaker, what is needed for all this work to be done is money. And I was very clear on the resources that are needed at all levels, and I expect that this August House will look for the resources so that we can put the hospitals and facilities and equipments that are required. I thank you.
Members, we need this report to be shared with the sectoral committee to identify the priorities. To identify the priorities, and it is upon identification of the priorities like the equipments, the management information system, the staffing, the blood bank, the ambulances, that they can be able to ask for a supplementary. So we need this to be scrutinized further. And once that is done, then a report, a financial report will be brought to this House on what we need to, on what the priorities are. So can we have the shadow?
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As the Shadow Minister of Health, I start from the last line the Minister of Health made, that all they need is money. True, we shall support you in getting the money, but I attract the House to the figures on page 15, where she revealed in a report that to renovate hospitals and re-equipping them, general hospitals, what you call district hospitals, the ministry needs 30 billion. To construct, it needs 70 billion. That is on page 17. I want to attract your attention in reference to Naguru Hospital. This is a hospital that came into Uganda due to the friendship we have with China. That hospital was constructed using 20 billion. What that hospital has are 7 buildings. I pray that you go there and see it. It has 7 buildings, very good buildings, 4 operating rooms, a maternity ward, a pediatric unit, a teenage center. It has a blood bank. It has a radiology department, including a CT scanner, you know, and many others. I don't want to go on with that. But I want to give you an impression that in 20 billion, you can get a very, very good hospital like we've never had before. 20 billion. Now, when the minister asks for 30 billion to renovate and equip, when she asks for 70 billion to construct, I don't wonder why UPDF has decided to take on the construction of all health facilities. I don't wonder why that directive is now coming in. But we should look at these things critically. If the wish is to improve health care and give us state-of-the-art hospitals, we welcome it. But in our report, we should have an impression of what we are going to get. We should have an artistic impression.
I want to make some correction. The 20 billion was a counter-funding. It was not purely from... Government of Uganda had a contribution on that.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't want to read the contribution of Government of Uganda, but it was $2 million. And then the tax relief, KCCA donated the land, which is about 4 acres. So, but the whole hospital...
But those are all cost implications, Honorable.
No, true.
Because I don't want us to misguide this House.
Let me continue.
I don't want us to misguide this House that it was only 20 billion. There is an aspect of land, there is an aspect of government contribution, there is an aspect of the taxes that have been waived off.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to continue.
You have given me a procedure point.
Right, Solomon, let him finish.
Let me finish.
Solomon, let.
My effort is not to downplay the money. My effort is to give an impression of how much we can get out of 30 billion, how much we can get out of 70 billion. But most importantly, the Ministry of Health is a very good ministry. It's the only ministry that is headed by only women, and if there is any ministry that I expect to perform, is the Ministry of Health. One commitment that I ask of you in the Ministry of Health is to commit to Ugandans that from now on, you will never be ferried outside the country for treatment. When you stay in Uganda for treatment, much as you're telling us that we don't have these experts, you will hire experts from Cuba to come and treat you from here. I had a very sad story when I went to Butebo Health Center 4, and they narrated to us how Dr. Malinga, may his soul rest in peace, how his life was lost. It looked careless, but the people were helpless. They had no ambulance, they had no facilities, but the medics had rightly diagnosed what was going to kill the Minister of Health at that time. I don't wish this to happen to anybody. If you commit that you'll be getting all your treatment from here, I believe you'll be able to reinstate most of these facilities and you'll be able to hire expertise. Last but not least is on the cost per capita for the medicines. The minister has given us a figure that is around 9,000, but she went on to say that donors are contributing 64% of that figure, meaning that in our budgeting here, we are allocating about 2,000 for treatment. Sincerely, this can't buy even a single dose of malaria. Yeah, HIV true, it is medicine, so HIV inclusive. Fine, but let's look at the 9,000. Sincerely, when you treat one person who is taking on very expensive treatment, he will use the money that should have used by other people. These are the reasons why we go to these health facilities and find no medicine. Then we keep on, summarizing that doctors are stealing medicine or these people are stealing medicine. So I do push Parliament to go by the Abuja Declaration, which is to the end that we should facilitate the Ministry of Health to the extent of 15% of our budget. The money we've been giving them is about 7%. For this immediate year, coming year, let us push it to 10%. It's possible. Let us push it to 10%. And then from there on, we shall keep pushing it until we get to the 15%, because all we desire is a better health system. Lastly, but not least, Minister of Health, I was told, we have the National Insurance Scheme Bill, which was sent to the President, and up to now he has not assented to it. So we need to know why you're delaying with it, yet it's an urgent matter.
You reintroduce it.
Yeah, you reintroduce it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Honorable Minister, as you had members talking, an aspect of mental health is really a serious issue. We have so many people who are suffering from stigma, stress, depression, but we don't have hospitals designated for that. Mental health, we have a chairman here, Honorable Macho.
Information, Madam Speaker.
Members, the report is referred to Committee of Health to look at the priorities and submit what can be funded faster for a supplementary. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Yesterday, we promised with the Prime Minister and a leader of opposition that we're going to check on one of our colleagues who was sick. We are going to the next bill, but I wanted just 2 minutes for a report to be given to the Honorable Minister of Health. You are the one responsible for our health in this country. And we want to give you a report from the hospital, and we need an action from you. Then you advise this House tomorrow what can be done. Because as Parliament, we need to take an action, but we can only take an action from a formed point of view from a medical personnel like you. We are lucky that the Minister of Health is also a doctor. Honorable Chairman of Human Rights. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to transmit a report of the Human Rights Committee on the visit to Mulago National Hospital in the matter of Segurina Muhammad MP to the Minister for Health. I beg to be granted permission to transmit the report.
Members, why we are not reading this report verbatim is for the confidentiality of a member. We cannot disclose everything that is there, but at least with the doctor, she knows that privacy must be maintained and confidentiality of one's health.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, you can tell us briefly how the member is.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this morning you directed the Committee on Human Rights to visit the Honorable Muhammad Segurina and assess his condition, and we did so at 11:30 in the morning. A subcommittee of the Human Rights Committee comprised of the Honorable Jennifer Mbabazi, the Honorable Colonel Charity Beinababo, and Honorable Francis Zake, headed by myself, attended Mulago Hospital, where, Right Honorable Speaker, we were received by a team of doctors headed by the Executive Director of Mulago Hospital. The team of doctors comprised the following: Biarugaba Baterana, ED Mulago Hospital; Mukisa Robert, the lead physician; Dr. Tayemba Enoch, Dr. Banyisiki Molino, and Dr. Biabasha Desire. The subcommittee also interacted with the Honorable Segurina Muhammad. As you have already indicated, the report contains matters that pertain to his medical condition, and it contains matters that are confidential and are not for public discussion now. Right Honorable Speaker, however, the committee had extensive discussions with the Director General of Medical Services, and I beg to report on the following. The Director General of Medical Services has constituted a team of high-powered specialists comprising the following: the Executive Director of Mulago Hospital, a heart specialist, an infectious disease specialist, a neurophysician, and an endocrinologist, with the following terms of reference. Number one, to carry out conclusive medical review and diagnosis of the Honorable Muhammad Segurina. Number two, to treat the matter of Honorable Muhammad Segurina as top priority, and to deliver a report to the Minister of Health, and to the Speaker of Parliament tomorrow, the 4th November 2021. Number three, to recommend a comprehensive management strategy and regime. Right Honorable Speaker, this report will be delivered tomorrow. The Director General promised you will get a copy, and the Minister will also get a copy. We can then discuss the management of the Honorable Member.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Love?
Right Honourable Speaker, I do not want to mine information from the Honorable Member and the Chairperson of the Human Rights Committee, given that it contains matters of personal health and confidentiality, the only little thing he did not say to the members here, that he did not find the Honorable Member sipping away on a coffee or a juice, that the Honorable Member is indeed ill. All I can implore the Right Honourable Speaker and the Minister of Health now in chamber is to expedite the process of evaluation of the state of affairs of this honorable gentleman, because as far as I am concerned, we have done justice to him by reporting his situation, and I hope whoever is going to report to Parliament does so as high as possible, because I am sure they've not had occasion to speak to God to know what is going on. We want to be sure that what is humanly feasible and possible has been done. Humanly possible and feasible. And what is humanly possible and feasible has a time component to it. So anything that might go beyond the human capacity is forgivable. In the circumstances, as you submit, Right Honourable Speaker, that human capacity has not yet been fully exploited to take care of the health of the Honourable Member, and I so pray that whatever is being done to secure his health has a time component and an emergency component to it. I so submit.
Thank you, Lord. Honorable Minister Jane. Jane, can we request you to leave the House, go and make a follow-up and give us a feedback before end of day on what we can do? Yes. Yes, procedure.
Thank you, Right Honourable.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, when you said the chairperson of the Committee of Human Rights, I expected him to come through here to assess the rights of a honourable member who is treated in the way he is being treated. I do not think that the chairperson of the Committee of Human Rights and the team he went with have the capacity to know the health conditions of the member, despite the fact that they had the team of doctors. Right Honourable Speaker, the chairperson at least should have mentioned something to do with the rights of the member. The rights of the member as a Committee of Human Rights in this country. Right Honourable Speaker, are we proceeding well if a whole chairperson of overseeing the human rights in this country can just run away from the microphone without saying anything related to the rights of the member under custody and treatment? Thank you.
You see, you're putting too much energy talking what... Patrick, actually in the morning I was looking for you. I wanted to send you to the hospital. We did not send him as a chairperson. But how did he constituted his team to go there? We had actually sent one lady, and they just constituted themselves and said, we want to go and see the member. And for us, what we wanted to know was the health status. That's why I've asked Jane to go and follow. Make a follow-up, and he has given us information, very credible information. And I was with the law, we were saying, let's look for Oshabe, and we sent him. So, but anyway, the member is sick. that must be taken seriously. The member is sick. If we are to prosecute, let's prosecute a live person. I don't want to interfere with the court process, but I am saying whether guilty or not guilty, he must be treated and he must be okay. He must be prosecuted when he's okay. Today it is me, tomorrow it will be somebody else. Next item.
Item number 4, Bill second reading, the National Social Security Fund Amendment Bill 2021.
Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. The bill's second reading, the National Social Security Fund Amendment Bill 2021.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move under Rule 130 that the bill entitled the National Social Security Amendment Bill 2021 be read the second time. I beg to move.
Members, Minister, you're supposed to move a motion to the bill to be read to the second time. Is the motion seconded? Is it seconded? Seconded by Honorable Amos, Pima, Komakech, Batua, Mapendusi Ochan, Ronald, Hilderman, Government Chief Whip, Wopa, Odoi, all the girls.
Thank you. I want to thank members for the support and secondment. Madam Speaker, this bill is a bill that is seeking to amend the National Social Security Fund Act Cap 222. It seeks to establish stakeholders board to provide for mandatory contribution by all workers. As you are aware, at the moment, it is only companies that employs at least 5 members who are supposed to contribute to the Social Security Fund. This bill is now opening up for anybody who seeks to make a contribution. Even if you have only 1 worker, you can be able to contribute. But also if you're a private person and you want to contribute or even join the saving, you will be free to go to NSSF and join the scheme, and you will get your good interests in the bill. So it is now expanding contribution by workers, both workers that are being employed and any other person who wants, regardless of the size of the enterprises and number of employees. It's also providing for the voluntary contribution and empowering the fund to recover from third-party any sum owed. There are people, right honorable members, who deduct contribution for workers and they fail to remit it. And we had very lenient punishment for them. They don't remit the money. The bill now is bringing in stringent punishment for those who will deduct workers' money. And you people, the members of parliament, are the most affected because the workers run to you saying, my employers failed to remit my money. But now we are having stringent measures and penalty and even interest. If you fail to deduct or you deduct the money, you keep it for a year without putting the money for the member, then the interest also you pay as part of the penalty. It is also to provide midterm access. As you are aware, COVID-19 has dissipated many workers. Most of them have not worked for 2 years, others for months, and they have been seeking that we should allow them to access midterm of their fund. The current law does not permit, except in circumstances of medical and other approved condition by the board. However, in this circumstance, we are bringing the bill to permit 20% midterm access, where a person who has saved with the fund for at least 10 years and has reached 45 years will be permitted to access their money, the 20%, for recovery purpose or any other purpose. But the medical aspect will still stand alone as other consideration outside. This midterm access majorly is for this period of COVID, but looking at how the workers have suffered and require recovery. But other conditions related to medical will still remain, whether you are 20, whether you've served for 5 years. If it's medical condition, you will still be able to justify and get your money for such circumstances. It is also providing for in-house experts. At the moment, there are circumstances where we use other people to help the fund to invest. However, this bill is now saying we have experts that are being employed by National Social Security Fund. So instead of looking for provident funds elsewhere to invest, we will now use the in-house officers that will be able to look for all the investment portfolio and be able to ensure that the fund for the members are properly managed. So we want now experts within the fund that will be employed by the fund instead of using members' money to use it for purpose of managing the investment. So that will reduce costs. It will also empower the board to introduce benefits. There are other benefits that members can get outside the interest. So this bill is also seeking that we give power to the board to look at other benefits. Maybe there can be bonus for members who have saved for more than, who have not been able to withdraw their money. Such benefits, this bill, because these are in financial management and investment, you need to attract people to invest. So with this, there will be a lot of innovation within the fund. So, Madam Speaker, I beg to request members that you support the second reading of this bill, debate on the bill so that we enact the bill to support many of the workers out there who are looking up to us to ensure the bill is passed, so that most of them who are waiting to access, especially midterm, will be able to get their money and at least recover from the very adverse impact of COVID-19. I beg to submit and move the motion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. I can now invite the chairperson of Gender, Labor and Social Development to give us their position as a committee.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this is the report of the Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development on the National Social Security Fund Amendment Bill 2021. Madam Speaker, in the introduction, the National Social Security Fund Amendment Bill 2021.
Members, the report is uploaded on your
It is on
iPads.
the members' iPads, Right Honorable Speaker. It was read for the first time on 29 September 2021 in accordance with Rule 128 and referred to the Committee on Gender, Labour and Social Development for consideration in line with Rule 129 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament and report to the House. The committee considered the bill and hereby reports. In the background, Madam Speaker, on 17 February 2021, Parliament passed the National Social Security Fund Amendment Bill 2019, and it was then called the 2019 Bill, and sent the same bill to His Excellency the President for assent in line with Article 91(2) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995. His Excellency the President did not assent to the bill, and both his term and that of Parliament lapsed. On 16 September 2021, the Speaker guided that all business of the 10th Parliament that had lapsed, including bills, and had to be reintroduced and processed afresh. And so, on 26 August 2021, His Excellency returned the 2019 bill to Parliament for reconsideration and wrote to the Speaker highlighting a number of areas for reconsideration. His Excellency letter returning the bill, dated 26 August 2021, is attached to this report, Madam Speaker. The bill that was laid on 29 September 2021 therefore contains the areas as had been highlighted by His Excellency the President. The policy and principles of the bill. The policy behind the bill is to expand social security coverage by making contributions to the National Social Security Fund mandatory for all workers in the formal sector, and also allowing workers in the formal and informal sectors to make voluntary contributions to the fund. In addition, the bill seeks to enhance spectrum of benefits available to workers and to improve management of the National Social Security Fund. The methodology, Madam Speaker, in considering the bill, we held meetings and received written submissions from several stakeholders. We reviewed various literature. We made a desk review of the pension schemes and the provident funds of various countries, including Kenya, Tanzania, and Ghana. The meetings and written submissions that were held, Madam Speaker, where we met the Ministry of Gender, the National Social Security Fund technical team, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority, the National Organization of Trade Unions, the Central Organization of Free Trade Unions, the Platform for Labor Action, the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, the National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda, members of Parliament representing workers, members of Parliament representing persons with disabilities, Honorable Ndezi, the former chairperson, Committee on Gender, Labour and Social Development. The committee also received written memoranda from the Federation of Uganda Employers, the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Uganda, the Expanding Social Protection Unit in the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. And of course, we reviewed, Madam Speaker, some documents, including the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, the National Social Security Fund Act Cap 222, the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority Act 2011, Companies Act 2012, the Contracts Act 2010, the Public Finance and Management Act 2015, Persons with Disability Act 2020, the National Social Protection Policy 2015, the Constitution of the International Labour Organization, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals, the Third National Development Plan, that is NDP 3. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on table the minutes and all the notes from the documents we reviewed and the annex to the report.
Up next on UBC, brought to you by...
Keep the lights on. Use Airtel Money to pay for all your Yaka bills conveniently. Open the My Airtel app to buy Yaka units. Airtel Money. Simple, secure, borderless.
Hujambo mtazamaji wa UBC TV na kukaribisha katika taarifa hii ya habari. Naitwa Bella Masangano na kupeleka moja kwa moja katika habari yetu ya kwanza. Kutokana na kuzorota kwa huduma za afya ya uzazi katika kituo cha afya cha daraja la 3 cha Chidongole Health Center 3 wilaya ya Bukedea, kampuni ya Lechigo Uganda imeamua kujiunga kwenye juhudi za kuboresha huduma hizo katika kituo hicho. Utafiti uliofanywa hivi majuzi na klabu ya kutumikia jamii ya Rotary Club of Namugongo unaonyesha kwamba kituo hicho kinapokea kina mama wajawazito 22 kila siku. Kampuni ya Lechigo Uganda imekabidhi msaada wa kifedha kwa kilabu ya Rotary Club of Namugongo ambayo itasimamia kumalizika kwa ujenzi wa wodi ya kina mama wajawazito na majengo 4 ya vyumba vya kulala wahudumu wa afya katika kituo cha afya cha daraja la 3 cha Chidongole Health Center 3 wilaya ya Bukedea.
Mothers come at night. There's not a single medical staff at the facility. And you know, it so happens that sometimes if I asked most of you, many of us who are born at night, many mothers sometimes find themselves, in labor at night.
Msaada huo wa fedha umekabidhiwa kwa klabu hiyo ya Rotary ya Namugongo na Germany Girls Aijukwe. Afisa mkuu wa utendaji wa kampuni ya Lechigo akiwa kwenye ofisi kuu za kampuni hiyo Kololo, Kampala. Bwana Aijukwe anasema kuwa msaada huo utasaidia kuleta mabadiliko endelevu kwa watu wa jamii hiyo na kuboresha maisha.
By giving back to the community and Chidongo in Bukedea district. It really goes to the heart of what we intend, of what we do, impacting lives, changing lives, and transforming lives.
Bwana Ijukwe anaarifu pia kwamba idadi ya vifo vya kina mama wajawazito na watoto wachanga vinatarajia kupungua kutokana na huduma kuboreshwa.
It's real when they are going to give back. And exactly, the healthcare facilities are the problem. So we've quickly forgotten this, and we are beginning to paint a Hollywood picture where we live in Kampala.
Mbali na ukosefu wa huduma hizo za afya ya uzazi kwa kina mama wajawazito, ukosefu wa vyumba vya kulala wahudumu wa afya kwenye kituo hicho kunachangia kwa kiasi kikubwa kuzorota kwa huduma hizo. Naye rais wa kilabu cha kutumikia jamii cha Rotary Club of Namugongo ameishukuru taasisi hiyo ya kifedha ya Lechigo kwa msaada huo.
What you are doing is a very, very noble duty, and I can assure you that the contribution you have given us is going to change the lives of the people in Chidongole.
Thank you for identifying with the community. Thank you so much. Today we give you a token of appreciation.
kufuatia mashambulio mawili ya mabomu, moja kwenye baa eneo la Komambuga na lingine kwenye basi la kampuni ya Swift Safaris lililokuwa likielekea Bushenyi wiki iliyopita. Madereva wa mabasi ya abiria na daladala wanaendelea kuchukua tahadhari kujilinda na abiria wao dhidi ya mashambulizi mengine ya bomu. Kwenye vituo vya mabasi na daladala, ukaguzi wa abiria na mizigo yao unafanywa na mashine za chuma za metal detector kabla ya safari kuanza.
Kwa majina naitwa Majid Yusuf na mimi ni assistant manager wa Crown Bus. Kulingana na situation yenye imetokea juzi ya mambo ya mabomu huku na hapa, wakubwa za polisi walikuja na maiba wakatupatia elimu kulingana na hali ya insecurity yenye imeangukia kwa nchi. Kwa hivyo sasa sisi kama wafanyakazi ya mabasi tuna check passengers kabla kuingia kwenye gari. Tunafungua mabegi zao, tunaangalia kama kuna kitu mbaya, tunaita security, anachukuliwa. Kama iko safi tunapakia kabut. Passenger yote yenye ingia kwa terminal lazima achekiwe kabla kufika mahali penye anasafiri. Magari zote yenye inaingia park na yenye inatoka inaangaliliwa vizuri kwa boot na kila kitu. Kwa kikisa especially Nairobi kwa ofisi zetu pia tunafanya tu vile na ile yenye tunafanyia hapo. Mabag za wafanyakazi wasafiri yote tunaziangalia kabla kupakiliwa kabut, na passenger nyewe pia tunatumia ma detectors kwa check wakiingia kwenye gari. Na gari kifika customs pia mzigo zao zinatolewa zote, zinawekwa kwenye scanner za migration, zinachekiwa alafu baadaye zinawekwa kwenye boot.
Tumeingia paka tumeweka security yetu, tumeanza kujaribu kuhakikisha ya kwamba security iko tight. Unajua kama watu wanaingia, tuko na magates mbalimbali. Tuko na main gates, tuko na exit gates na magates mengine upande ule kwanza. Lakini hao magates wote tumeweka security yetu, tumebeef up kwanza kwa kuhakikisha ya kwamba wote wabiria na watu wale wengine wote tunawacheki kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna shireti yoyote.
Jeshi la Taifa UPDF limetoa ardhi yenye ukubwa wa maili 1 ya mradi kwa mamlaka ya uwekezaji nchini UIA kuiendeleza ardhi hiyo. Ardhi hiyo inapatikana eneo la Kakoge kwenye wilaya ya Nakasongola na ilikuwa ikitumika kama sehemu ya kufanyia mazoezi kwa kikosi cha kwanza cha wanajeshi wachanga. Mkurugenzi mkuu wa mamlaka ya UIA Robert Mukiza anasema kwamba ushirikiano wao na UPDF unaolenga kutimiza ajenda ya ujenzi wa viwanda ndani ya miaka 5 ijayo hadi mwaka 2025 utachochea kukamilishwa kwa miradi na kukomesha vitendo vya ufisadi.
Another thing they requested before, you're talking about the infrastructure, they are here. We're going to work.
Training wing for first div, but as we talk, it has been earmarked for industrial park, and now we are grateful. I think things are unfolding, things have started rolling, and as the community of Nakasongola, we are very ready to take advantage first of all, and also participate and engage in the activities that shall take place in this area.
So this land will be an industrial park run by NEC on behalf of Minister of Defense.
We are building 25 parks in 5 years. In 5 years. That is 5 parks per year. That's a cost. UPDF will help us bring down the cost. And cost is not only on the dollars, cost is also in time. So if you can do.
As UIA, we are promoting also clearly 3 things. We are centered on the people, the profit, and the planet which is environment. So whatever we do, we ensure that we are also environmentally integrated to ensure that we become a sustainable and industrial country.
Unaendelea kutizama taarifa hii kutoka hapa UBC TV. Wizara ya Kazi na Uchukuzi imechukua jukumu la kuandikisha na kutoa leseni kwa magari. Awali jukumu hilo lilikuwa likifanywa na Mamlaka ya Mapato nchini URA. Akiwa katika sherehe ya kukabidhi majukumu hayo kutoka Mamlaka ya Mapato nchini kwenda kwa wizara hiyo, Waziri wa Kazi na Uchukuzi Jenerali Katumba Wamala amesisitiza kwamba jukumu hilo linakwenda sambamba na suala la ulinzi wa taifa, na ndio maana Rais Museveni ameagiza mabadiliko hayo kufanywa.
For this to be successful, we must now embark on the process of ensuring that we have a credible and reliable database and a robust motor vehicle registration system. I wish to appeal to my colleagues, the Minister of Finance and Economic Development, to continue providing funds required to manage this project, given the sensitivity of its function. The benefits of investing in this project are numerous, including better planning by the government because we'll have reliable data, correction of more tax revenue through improved and increased enforcement, improvement of security, and also improving our road safety. We therefore must invest further to reap the benefits of this project. Colleagues, allow me to focus on 3 issues that the Ministry should prioritize in the process of streamlining motor vehicle registration. 1, the Ministry should continue cleaning up the database and streamline details of all vehicles and come up with the modalities to verify all the vehicles. The old logbook, which I'll show in a minute, will be degazetted. The old logbook, which we have been having, the famous green and pink, is with effect from today, is degazetted. This one. This is the old logbook, either that color or the pink. So these are degazetted. And when we are moving, we have already been moving from that. Now we are on this. This is where we are now. However, the plan is to move from this to a simple card with all the details of the vehicle owner and the details of the vehicle, so that you can put your card in your money purse and you don't have to carry large sheets of paper like this. So that is the ultimate goal, where we want to go, so that we also move with modernity.
Na kinachofuata hivi sasa ni matangazo kutoka studio.
Raising voices.
As a mother, my children depend on me to make this world a safer place for them. I'm not afraid to act when I see violence in the home and in my community. I promise to talk to my neighbors and friends about how we can nurture and protect the children.
In this time of COVID, what is your promise to the children of Uganda? Because a violence-free childhood is everyone's right. Raising voices.
It's no secret that ICT makes learning easy.
The strides made in our field couldn't be possible without it.
And now we can watch our favorite shows.
My radio is my best friend.
UCC provides an enabling regulatory environment and policy guidance for healthy competition. We also facilitate ease of doing business in the communications sector through licensing, standardization, spectrum management, tariff regulation, rural communication development, and consumer empowerment. An informed consumer is an empowered consumer. UCC supports local content and innovations. Driving the development of a robust communication sector in Uganda is Uganda Communications Commission.
Patriotism is a feeling of love, devotion, and the willingness to sacrifice for one's country.
I say no to corruption because I put my country first. I choose peace over violence because I put my country first.
Be patriotic, Uganda first. This message is brought to you by the National Secretariat for Patriotism Co-Uganda, Office of the President.
Na habari ya kimataifa kutoka nchini Nigeria inasema kwamba baada ya uzinduzi wa sarafu ya dijiti ya Benki Kuu CBDC Nigeria ambayo pia inajulikana kama e-Naira wiki iliyopita, wa Nigeria wengi wameonekana kuvutiwa nayo. Katika saa 24 za kwanza za kuzinduliwa, takriban pochi 200,000 zilipakuliwa chini ya siku moja, huku pochi 23.650 za biashara zikifunguliwa, jambo ambalo lilikuwa ni kielelezo cha nguvu kubwa. Kiasi hicho kinatarajiwa kuongezeka katika siku zijazo, huku Benki Kuu ya Nigeria CBN ikiongeza ufahamu kuhusu e-Naira. Wa Nigeria wanaingia kwenye biashara hiyo kutokana na kushuka thamani ya sarafu ya Naira na kukabiliana na gharama kubwa za maisha pamoja na ukosefu wa ajira. Nigeria imekuwa taifa la kwanza barani Afrika kuanzisha sarafu ya kidijitali ya Benki Kuu. Inajiunga na Uchina na Bahamas kama waanzilishi wa mapema wa CBDC rasmi. e-Naira inalenga kuwa sarafu pekee ya kidijitali ambayo ni zabuni halali nchini Nigeria na itakubaliwa pamoja na pesa taslim halisi na kuendeleza mipaka ya mfumo wa malipo ili kufanya miamala ya kifedha iwe rahisi na isiyo ya mshono na kuboresha miundombinu yao ya malipo.
Great extent.
Nigeria is one of a few countries in the world and first in Africa to launch its official digital currency. Cryptocurrency adoption is popular in Nigeria, especially among the youth population. According to 2020 data by trading giant Paxful, the West African nation ranked second place after the US in Bitcoin trade volumes. President Muhammadu Buhari says the e-Naira could boost Nigeria's GDP by $29 billion over the next decade.
Na hivi sasa hebu tuangalie muktasari wetu wa habari. UPDF yatoa maili 1 mraba ya ardhi kwa mamlaka ya uwekezaji nchini UIA. Madereva wa mabasi waendelea kuchukua tahadhari dhidi ya shambulizi ya bomu. Uwekezaji katika sarafu ya dijitali washika kasi Nigeria. Huu ndo mwisho wa taarifa hii ya habari. Asante sana kwa kutizama na endelea kuwa nasi kwenye vipindi vitakavyofuata.
Kigali to its knees, all energy shift to Nairobi. Nothing brings out the true picture of a football derby like the Mijingo Derby. It's a derby that leaves many desiring for more. And oh yes, this is the time that the question that is frequently asked will be answered. If you own the water, we own the land. And all this will be sorted out on the 11th of November 2021 at the St. Mary's Stadium in in Chitende. Join us live on UBC TV free to air and radios as we bring you action after action as the two bulls fight and we sit back and relax at the comfort of our homes. UBC TV and radios, your home of sports.
This week on UBC. Pick of the day on UBC, brought to you by
authentically symbolic and insightful.
We should work so hard to evacuate this power.
Behind the headlines, every Wednesday at 10 p.m. with Charles Odong Top.
How to get points. Just use MTN to make calls, send SMS, load airtime, buy bundles, or pay for MTN subscription services.
Everywhere you go, MTN.
Raising voices.
I feel happy when my father spends time with me. I hope all fathers will like my father. I want my father to reach out to all fathers. He knows how important it is to be a good father. I promise to help my father inspire other fathers to change.
In this time of COVID, what is your promise to the children of Uganda? Because a violence-free childhood is everyone's right. Raising voices.
I work as a breeder, specifically on millet and sorghum, and I'm also a program leader for the Dryland Cereals program. At a Dryland Cereals program, we conduct research on millet and sorghum, particularly improving the crop for resistance to drought, pests and diseases, and meeting the nutritional needs of the farmer.
The private seed dealer.
Real estate experts Viola and Barbara bring you the Property Hour.
What space do I need to be in order to know more about real estate and construction in Uganda?
Well, it is right here at the Property Hour. It is the only space that fills the information gap between the real estate and construction stakeholders and the marketplace.
Yes, we are talking about the hottest commodity we have in real estate, property that brings you income. What do they consider, especially when they are coming up with such property?
We tried as much as possible to make it a green hotel. Recreational areas, a tennis court, one of the best pools, Infinity Pool, if you look at the design.
As far as property trends are concerned, the colors.
This show is informative, inclusive, and up-to-date. Proudly powered by HK Properties, Uganda. Every Saturday from 7:30 to 8 p.m. on UBC TV.
We also have enough air.
It is intellectually engaging.
And you can only become a leader when there are problems.
I like that.
The same applies to Rwanda, Burundi. So what are we federating?
Whether rats from another country can be, somebody must be there to hold everybody accountable.
But at the moment, we would rather deal with what we have, make it right,
First of all, we as elites of Uganda, we have made Museveni the issue. I can tell Museveni is not the problem of Uganda. The problems of Uganda are much deeper. We can change the next 20 presidents and we'll still be this roundabout.
Deeply incisive.
The different political forces that we have in the country, we don't seem to really have achieved that minimum political consensus over certain things.
Authentically symbolic and insightful. Behind the Headlines, every Wednesday at 10 p.m. with Charles Odong Thor. All on your public broadcaster, UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Up next on UBC, brought to you by...
Keep the lights on. Use Airtel Money to pay for all your Yaka bills conveniently. Open the My Airtel app to buy Yaka units. Airtel Money. Simple, secure, borderless.
Buterevu tukwaniriza ennaku z'omwezi tubala 3 omwezi gwa 11 omwaka tukyali mu 2021 nkubuzaako gyona gyotusizaako engalo olunaku olwaleero tuyingidde wone UBC leero nze Mario Nakitene ngenda kuba negatibwako Yusufu Senyomo ali ku lulimi olw'obubonero naye nga tutunaga kutuusaako katusooke tulabe ebisinza ku galeero n'oluvannyuma nkomongako ku bujjuvu tuseguka. Ngole chegali y'omukaaga bamyukidde mu kakiiko ka Kosase ate ekyokuwandiisa pikipiki URA ekisindise mu minisitule y'ebyenguudo. Global Fund edduukiridde Uganda n'obuyambi bw'okulwanyisa COVID. Ebyokwerinda bikyali binywevu mu paaka za taxi ne bus. Weewaawo tukola bulungi okubanga oli wamu naffe. Kantandike nate ekitundu ekisooka n'akakiiko ka Paalamenti akalondoola emirimu mu bitongole ebya gavumenti kakizudde nti ab'ekitongole kigali y'omukka ettaka lingi balyetundako ng'ate nno baliguza omuntu omu bw'ati. Bagamba nti tewali nakakiwandiiko kyonna kiraga bwannannyini ku ttaka lino nga balowooza nti kano kayinza okubeera akakodyo okwekobaana olwo okwenoonyeza ebyabwe.
Abakulira ekitongole ky'eggaali y'omukka babadde mu kakiiko ka Paalamenti akalondoola emirimu mu bitongole bya gavumenti Kosase gye gabamyukidde oluvannyuma lw'okusooyebwa ebibuuzo eby'okumukumu nga baddemu batankana. Ebibuuzo bibadde byetooloolera ku kutunda ttaka so n'abantu okwesenza ku ttaka mu bitundu by'oluguudo lw'eggaali ebitali bimu. Ebiwandiiko ebiriwo biraga nti ettaka eriwerako mu bitundu by'eggwanga ebitali bimu lyatundibwa ng'ate baliguza muntu omu.
Tebamanyi era tewali bukakafu nti ssente zaalagawa era zaaweebwani. Tunawa kumanya ani yafuna ssente ezo ezaava mu kutunda property zino. Ye lwaki batunda ssente ntini nnyo? Ye lwaki omuguzi yabeera omu? Kati ebyo byonna bikyaliwo kunizo. So tubazizaayo tubagamba wiiki ejja batuwe ku likodi ezo ez'endagaano ezatunda, evaluation ezaakolebwa, ye ebyapa twabasabye ebyapa obwannannyini
abigula enjeru gye tulabyemu ensandabyemu omuntu omu bw'ati yagula property almost buli kaseera yagula neera oyo omu yagula ate ya recommending n'abagamba ono musasule. Ekirala kye tusanzeemu kibi nnyo, twalabye nti compensation yakolayo wano ku flyover yalimu okwo ebikyamu bingi, baafuna abantu ne babateekawo ghosts okufuna sente za gavumenti.
Ekibuuzo ekirala kyebuuza wa gye baali batunudde ng'abantu bagenda beesenza ku ttaka ly'ekitongole ky'eggaali.
The people who encroached, leave alone where you had titles, but where you had no titles and people encroached, where were you as an institution? Because you're talking of a rail line and stations which really are visible and known. Where were you? You have security, you have enforcement, you have auditor, you have the entire structure is still in existence, notwithstanding the privatization.
Abakakiiko era bayimirizza ekyokuwandiika abakozi mu kitongole kino oluvannyuma lw'okukizuula nti empandiika y'abakozi erimu vvulugu mungi.
Lot of irregularities in their recruitment. That's why I've asked them whether they have done what we call HR audit for the last 3 years. He has told me, the managing director said he doesn't even know what I'm talking about.
Oluvannyuma lw'ab'ekitongole kino okulemererwa okwanukula ebibuuzo bino, ab'akakiiko ka Kosase nga bakulembera omubaka wa Nakawa. Oluvannyuma lw'ab'ekitongole kino okulemererwa okuddamu ebibuuzo bino, ab'akakiiko ka Kosase nga bakulembera omubaka wa Nakawa West mu Paalamenti babalagidde okuddayo beetereeze nga baakudda olw'okusatu lwa wiiki ejja bongera okwekenneenya ensonga zaabwe. Nze Andrew Sebbira ne Philip Aguta mu Paalamenti.
UBC leero wetweyongerayo yo Minisitule y'ebyobulamu ekwasiddwa ebintu ebyenjawulo okuva mu kitongole kya Global Fund okuyamba mu kulwanyisa ekirwadde kya COVID-19. Bino bikwasiddwa Minisitule y'ebyobulamu Dr. Jane Luther Cheng ku kitebe kya Minisitule wano mu Kampala.
Zino ze zimu ku mmotoka ezitambulizibwamu eddagala eziwera 19 eziweereddwa ekitongole kya Global Fund okuyamba eggwanga okulwanyisa ekirwadde kya COVID-19. Zino zaakuyamba okutambulizamu eddagala erigema COVID-19 okulituusa mu bitundu by'eggwanga ebitali bimu. Ebirala ebiweereddwayo kuliko ebyambalo by'abasawo mu malwaliro, giraavu, sirinda za oxygen, eddagala erikozesebwa mu kukebera COVID-19 so n'amaato okukozesebwa mu bizinga.
Also supported us with the laboratory equipment for decentralizing COVID testing in the regional referral hospital. And so we are very grateful, and we want to assure you that whatever you have given us will be put to proper use.
Minister Jane Luther Cheng asiimye aba Global Fund olw'obuyambi buno obutuukidde mu budde bwe tusinga okubwetaagira.
The refrigerated trucks have come in time to increase our pool of trucks, which is now at 41.
Global Fund basuubizza okukwatizaako Uganda mu kaweefube ono okutuukira ddala mu mwaka gwa 2023. Bano be bamu ku bagabi b'obuyambi mu Minisitule y'ebyobulamu ab'amaanyi naddala mu kulwanyisa mukenenya, akafuba, omusujja gw'ensiri nga kati bongeddeko ne COVID-19. Shaidat Nassaku.
Ekitongole ky'amawanga amagatte kirwanyisa okufuweeta ebiragalalagala n'obumenyi bw'amateeka kidduukiridde ekitongole ky'amakomera n'ebintu ebikozesebwa mu kulwanyisa n'okujjanjaba COVID-19 omuli sirinda za oxygen, masiki n'ebirala. Bw'abadde akwasibwa ebintu bino, kamisona w'amakomera avunaanyizibwa ku by'obujjanjabi Dr. John Bosco tumwebaze akalaatidde abasawo okubikozesa obulungi basobole okutuusa obuweereza obulungi eri ababwetaaga.
Ekitongole ky'amawanga amagatte kirwanyisa okufuweeta ebiragalalagala n'obumenyi bw'amateeka ki United Nations Office on Drug and Crime kizze kidduukirira ekitongole ky'amakomera n'ebikozesebwa okujjanjaba COVID-19 nga guno mulundi gwakuna. Okusinziira kwakulira entambuza y'emirimu mu kitongole kino Diva Mukisa, amakomera gamu ku bifo ebibeeramu abantu abangi nga kyangu okusaasaanya obulwadde nabwe kityo balina okwetangira mu bwangu ng'obulwadde tebunnasaasaana nnyo.
Tulaba mbu baprisoners bangi kitegeeza nti tulina overcrowding, tulina abangi mu space etamala bulungi. Tulaba nti waliwo engeri gavumenti n'abantu abakola mu bino balina okulaba nti tulina okufuna alternatives okusupportinga oba okureducinga abantu mu prison okwanguyako time zaabwe ogenda mu kooti okufuna ngu emisango gyabwe giwulirizibwa.
Komishona w'amakomera avunaanyizibwa ku by'obulamu Dr. John Bosco Tumwebaze akubiriza abasawo okukozesa obulungi ebibaweereddwa basobole okutuusa empeereza ennungi eri abagyetaaga.
Ate bwe tufuna bino bibaleese ng'olwaleero kubanga mujjukirawo emabega osilindazi okisigiri biki byali nga bifuuse olwedde wetwaleero twafunako naye kati kino kwegamba twongereza ku bye tulina tusaba Katonda weevu y'okusatteko oba tejja naye bwe wangeze ndowooza bino bibanga bitwongera amaanyi n'okwetegeka bulungi kuwanisa ki obulwadde bwe. Kikulu kyensaba kiri nti abagenda kuganyulwamu nga bafunye ebintu bino mu treatment center zaffe babikozese ng'engeri gikola ekisaanidde kwegamba bituge ku bantu banyingi abasaanidde okukola ki okukwatibwa.
Amyuka komishona w'ebyobulamu mu makomera Dr. Kisambu James agamba nti okunyweza ebiragiro ebitangira okusaasaana kwa COVID-19 kibayambye okukendeeza omuwendo gw'abalwadde mu makomera nga bwe twogerera tebalina mulwadde yenna.
Kubanga tubadde strict nnyo mu kutangira embeera eziyiza COVID okukwata abantu. For example, amakomera twagaggalawo tetukiza muntu yenna kuyingira especially abagenyi era paka kati ekyo tukyakiremeddeko okujjako mpozi nga wafuna vaccine era ng'olina results za COVID nga tolina COVID mu ssaawa 72 emabega.
And the team from headquarters normally supervises to see that the items reach to the intended beneficiaries and they are put under proper use. And that's why we've been very successful in fighting COVID-19 in Uganda prison.
Ndi Maria Namukose akusakidde bino.
Yo Ministry y'emirimu n'ebyentambula kati yavunaanyizibwa okuwandiisa n'okuwa ebidduka layisensi ng'ab'ekitongole ekiwooza omusolo kye kibadde kivunaanyizibwa nga bakwasibwa obuvunaanyizibwa buno. Minisita y'ebyentambula n'emirimu General Katumba Wamala ategeezezza nti omulimu guno ogw'okuwandiisa ebidduka kyakuyambako mu kunyweza ebyokwerinda mu ggwanga.
Ng'okubaganya ebirowoozo ku nsonga y'okuteeka obuuma mu mmotoka obulondera waweebeera eri kukyagenda mu maaso, omukulembeze w'eggwanga yalagira omulimu gw'okuwandiisa mmotoka gukolebwe nga minisitule ebyentambula. Minisitule era esuubira okumanya mmotoka mmeka eziri ku nguudo n'okukozesa tekinologiya okusiteka mu byuma bikalimagezi.
Motor vehicle registration is a very strategic function from both the regulatory and security perspective. You know, some people may not look at the security angle of having the right records of the vehicles in this country. And the vehicles are the ones which transport criminals, move criminals and all that. So it has a security component, like it or not.
Minisita w'ebyentambula General Katumba Amala annyonnyodde lwaki kati bavunaanyizibwa ku ddimu lino.
The old logbook, which I'll show in a minute, will be degazetted. The old logbook, which we have been having, the famous green and pink, is with effect from today, is degazetted. This one. This is the old logbook, either that color or the pink. So these are degazetted.
Okuwandiisa mmotoka kwa kusigala okukolebwa mu kifo ewali ofiisi za URA wabula nga abaofiisa ba ministry be bajja okuba nga bavunaanyizibwa ku ddimu lyonna. URA yakusigala ng'ekola ku by'okwekenneenya ebidduka okulaba oba birina ebisaanyizo ko n'okubiwandiika okusookera ddala nga bisasula omusolo.
While under the URA, the headquarter service office has been mandated to perform some of the following key roles. Number one, to collect and account for all non-tax revenue on motor vehicle related matters.
URA etaddewo abakozi 20 okuyambako mu minisitule y'ebyentambula mu nteekateeka eno. Nze Lubwama Abdul Nasir.
Zo paaka eza taxi n'eza bus zikyasigadde nga zitambulira ku biragiro ebyokwerinda okwetaasa abatujju abayinza okukozesa ebidduka n'ebifo okutemula abantu. Mu paaka ezisinga abasasi baffe we batuuse bataddemu obuuma obukebera ku miryango nga byonna binywezeddwa n'ekigendererwa ekyokwerinda abategaatega bbomu.
Oluvannyuma lwa bbomu ezibadde zitulika mu bbanga si ddene lye tukubye amabega, paaka eza bbaasi ne takisi banywezezza ebyokwerinda. Awamu we tutuuseeko bataddewo ebyuma ebikebera nga buli musaabaze ayingira alina kusooka kwazibwa.
We have put a lot of measures in place, like we have beefed up our security. We are ensuring that whoever enters the bus terminal is well checked by our security personnel, as you have seen them at the entry gates, at the entry points, and our equipments that we use in security, like detector machines. We are trying as much as we can to ensure that whoever enters the bus terminal is well checked so that we minimize the risks of having bombs sneaked into the bus park.
We are checking everything, every single bag. Whenever some person comes in the park, we first check. Even in the bus, we check. So there is then a problem. We register their names, where you are coming from, where you are going, and the temperature. So that when we go, we take back the results. When they check, maybe you have COVID, they call you.
Abaddukanya paaka zino bagamba nti bakolagana n'ab'ebyokwerinda okulaba ng'obulamu bw'abantu tebutaataaganyizibwa.
Ku mbeera eno gye tuliko okusaawa ya leero era amaanyi tukyagongeddemu okulaba nga tukyekinganya abantu baffe abayingira mu paaka ya Namayuba eno ku miryango gyaffe ne ku masiteegi agamu tegannaba kuteekako buuma naye agamu ng'ataddeko obuuma.
Omusaabaze bw'oyingira mu mmotoka tofuluma ng'emmotoka tennaba kufuluma paaka. Bade tulina bwe tugenda kwesiga ti mu nsawo gy'oyingidde naye wadde ofulumye nayo waliwo ebirala by'oggyeemu n'obireka mu mmotoka kuba batugamba bomu esobola okuba nga yenkana ng'ekibatu. Oyinza okutega bomu n'ofuluma n'ekuba abalala.
Mu bbaasi ezisala ensalo abantu bakeberwa gye bava ne ku nsalo kiyamba okukuuma abantu nga balamu.
All our terminals in Nairobi, we do the same. Yeah, even when the buses reach at the customs, all the bags are being removed from the boots. They put them in scanners, then from scanner, and then they come back to the boot. And they check, the passengers have to pass via migration for thorough checkup before entering the bus, crossing to the other country.
Nze Andrew Sebira ne Saddam Bale mu Kampala.
Bo abatuuze abawangalira mu kibuga ky'e Mukono saako ne badriver b'ebidduka balaajanidde bekikwatako okubataasa ku binnya ebisusse ku luguudo oluva e Kampala okudda e Jinja. Bano okwekubira enduulu kivudde ku bidduka byabwe okwonooneka n'obubenje obususse ku luguudo luno. Ebinnya ebisinze okubeewanyisa emitima biri mu kifo okuli Kigunga okutuukira ddala mu kibuga ky'e Kampala wano.
Obuzibu mu makubo ono lunene ekkubo lino erya Jinja Road bireeta akisidenti oba driver baba bavuga ayiga mmotoka oba pikipiki bayinza okukugula ebinnya ne bakozinga akisidenti.
Wetwogerera ndifunye ebinnya mu bitundu bingi naddala bw'otuuka wali e Namataba waliwo sipooti embi kumpi buli lunaku wafiirawo abantu 5 waliwo akannya akakuba abantu tetumanyi kontrakita ani gwe baawa oluguudo olwo.
Twalonda be bafu mu mukono oba ebitongole bya gavumenti ebiganya otukolera oba ekkubo ekituufu ovuga e Kampala paka Mukono otambulawo dakiika nga ssaawa nga 5 era mape onaona waafu ojanga osanga ne Mukono ofunda naye tubale tusaba abantu kuba omulanga wali gavumenti naddala wali Katumba Wamala atuyambe neyindula kagina batugazirize ekkubo tusobole nga tusobola okwezagala mu Mukono.
UBC leero eddakiika 17 zizise ku ssaawa y'akawungezi mpumulamu nkomawo n'ekitundu ekyokubiri oluvannyuma lw'obubaka buno nkusaba tusekuka.
Bushenyi Central Constituency yayise ekiteeso ekyagala Apollo Milton Obote aleme okusimbwako omuntu yenna ku bwa pulezidenti bwa UPC. Ekiteeso kyayisibwa mu lukiiko lwa UPC olwali lukubirizibwa Charles Tiberondwa mu kiseera ekyo yali minisita w'ebyobuwangwa n'enkulaakulana y'ebitundu. Leero mu byafaayo.
Transact using Airtel Money. Use Airtel Money to send money, buy airtime for self, do mobile banking, make merchant payments and international money transfers with a minimum of 1,000 shillings and get 5 minutes free Airtel to Airtel calls valid for 24 hours. 3 minutes offer is for any of these fast 5 transactions within the same calendar month. Terms and conditions apply. Airtel Money. Simple, secure, borderless.
Welcome to the home of our stars. Come on in. We have our movies, gossip, reality, conflict, tulinane comedy. Basirebu bafebona live right here. Because no matter where you go, this is the home of our stars.
This year, as Power Magic Mix 3, we are delighted to invite you to see, experience and celebrate with us. Power Magic, the home of our stars. Multi-Choice Uganda is regulated by the Uganda Communications Commission.
Everyone is talking about MTN shares. I am Jenny Kafulua Shares and I am here to show you how you can get them. First, you need a Securities Central Depository account or SCD account in short, and you can open one right now using MTN Momo. It's free of charge. Just get your phone and your national ID and let me show you how. Now, why do you need an SCD account? Well, because every time you get shares in any company, well, including MTN, your shares are going to be kept in this account. But this is not a bank account, and you don't need to go anywhere to open it. So is your phone and your national ID ready? Good. Let me show you how to open your SCD account. First, dial *165*65# or use my MTN app. Then select option 1 to submit SCD account application. Then enter your full national ID number or NIN. Next, select your preferred stockbroker and then choose option 1 to accept the terms and conditions. Lastly, enter your mobile money PIN and wait for confirmation, which you will receive on SMS. Oh, by the way, stockbrokers are the people authorized to help you buy or sell any listed company shares, so you need to choose one. That's it. Once you have your SCD account, you're ready to start applying for your MTN shares for as low as 100,000 shillings for 500 shares.
Everywhere you go, MTN.
Kagalino twalekedde ekyatulese tuzze tukalanga enfunda eziwererako ddala eno yego TV Super ey'abakaguje njagala wekkaanyi ewatali kwemamaaza olwo tuba tusimbudde ne Go TV Super Duper waawawa era nga bakutuusyako ekiga eky'abakabejja abasajja eŋŋwaŋŋuli kw'ogatta ne busineema obujjudde omuhabati ku $5,015 waawawa soka bulaza weefunye ekirungo kya Go TV Super ekijjudde obulungi ove mu baaje.
Deposit money onto your Airtel Money account. Reactivate your Airtel Money account with a deposit of a minimum of 1,000 shillings and get 10 minutes free Airtel to Airtel calls valid for 24 hours. Offer is applicable for a one-time transaction. Terms and conditions apply. Airtel Money. Simple, secure, borderless.
It's no secret that ICT makes learning easy.
The strides made in our field